here, I'm going to invite Annabelle for James.
No,
Oh,
no,
hell
please
no.
no, please no, please no. Welcome. We're live at the Night Owl. It's Saturday Night Live. Grab a beer. Let's chill out. You need a little haven from all that crazy drama out there. What's up, Airmean? James?
How you doing, John? Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, me too.
No problem. I couldn't get into Nadi's hangout. It was the same old conversation there anyway, and there was another one going on, and I was in there, but I wound up getting kicked. That crazy man, Jesus DiCaprio, was in there.
Oh my gosh.
What a nut job.
I have him blocked on all his accounts.
Yeah, I blocked him, but unblocked him to get in the hangout. I figure, I saw Tommy in there, a couple other people. I was a little bored. Yeah, but they got crazy. Yeah. Me and someone else just kept muting him, and I don't know, we both got kicked. I guess Benny didn't like it, but Benny's a lousy moderator, though.
So what's new with you, Brother John?
Dude, I've been, last night, what's new? Probably some of the worst pain I've ever felt in my damn life last night, in the middle of the night. I've been getting these chronic headaches,
Man.
and I was in fucking tears last night. It was bad. It was really bad, and thank God for my wife to be there and help ease the pain. But yeah. So I'm still trying to figure out the major cause here. So I'm trying different things. It could be anything.
You got kids, dude? Those are usually the reason for my headache.
No, no kids.
He was smarter than us.
You're not really going to invite her, are you?
I was totally joking.
Okay.
I can't believe how many other people said no. And I was totally joking, but it's so funny.
Said no to what?
As it relates to Annabelle Pfeiffer, I think she's awesome. But she's just one of those ladies who's very type A, but doesn't really stop talking. And doesn't really...
Is she blonde?
Listen. What?
Is she the blonde woman from England?
Yeah, I really like her. She's just like, I'm a lady, I'm whatever, and in my opinion, acts like a lot of the guys on here sometimes. So I don't know why she gets so ball busted, but I guess everyone does here, so it doesn't matter. But anyway, her and James last night was like big brother and little sister. I mean, they were ready to go fisticuffs.
James who? Idol Smasher James?
Yeah. I've never seen Idol Smasher rage quit. He got so mad.
Wow.
She's a prejudiced little. She's prejudiced. She's very prejudiced. She has, of course, she has to smack talk Americans. It's always Americans are too stupid to understand anything like we do, and the rest of the Western world. I get sick of people like that, And she called me a liar, and just, I've never seen the evidence. I said, well, have you tried Torah? And he goes, well, with Hollywood and Banks, I don't need to look here for something like that. And I'm like, oh, yes, yeah. She's a charmer.
She went full anti-Semite, dude.
I wouldn't say full on anti-Semite because when I left, everyone kind of got on her apparently, and she calmed down. It was a constant. Oh, I don't dislike Jewish people. I love Jewish people. I have.
My best friend is Jewish. You know that.
Yeah, it's like. Yeah. Do you get onto her about her family in Hollywood? Good grief. So yeah, I guess I got a little upset last night. She went totally back on her word. First I said that, human beings have a tendency to be the most destructive species on the planet, and she denied it, and then within a half hour's time she was saying how badly we affect the global warming and all this stuff. I told her, it's like Al Gore actually sold the American people that the ice caps would be melted in 2014, and they've actually grown, and here's the article showing it. And it's like, no, he didn't. I don't even know who this guy. Nobody in the rest of the room knows who this guy is. Nobody in the rest of the world cares. I'm like, one of those. I don't need people like that in my life.
I've never seen James this hot and heavy, boy. I was like, dang.
I'd have been a lot more if everybody else would have shut up. I couldn't say anything. Dude kept trying to ask me Xbox. Kept asking me questions, and every time I'd start to answer, Sock Account or one of the other dudes in there, that Annabelle would just talk over me.
It was hilarious.
Thanks to Google Plus.
Like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I hate
Yeah.
to say she does have a bad habit of that.
I went off in Nadia's room today. I went juvenile. You know, it happens.
You, Tommy.
It was
Yeah.
priceless, dude. It was priceless, Tommy. I loved it.
Well, Brett Keane was doing fake farting sounds, and it was in Nadia's room earlier. So I was like, "What?" And like, he's such a kid. He's doing these fake farting sounds, and I think what happened is he really did fart. And I was like, I was gonna say, who said that? And then he just started making more farting sounds. You know what I mean? Because, like, that's exactly what I think happened.
I was listening to that.
That
It's
happens.
getting
Yeah.
crazy. It's getting crazy in that hangout.
Oh, it was a big blocking and muting session. It
Yeah.
was hilarious.
And then I just came from Benny's chat room, and Jesus DiCaprio was in there railing. It was like, oh. I
What did
said,
the white man do today, dude?
I tell you, man, it's a damn hell of a thing to be religious these days, man. It's damn
The white man just woke up.
mind-numbing.
I was called a deist last night. They identified my philosophy as deism. I thought that was interesting.
Did they
You a
send you a
Jew?
certificate or something?
No, that was what the atheists said. Oh, that sounds like deism. Yeah, that sounds a lot like deism. Hey, I'll take that. I didn't argue.
Aren't you a Jew? Are you a Jew, sir?
No, sir.
Oh, all right. What religion are you? If you don't mind
No
me asking?
religion, but I keep the Noahide code and study Torah and all that, but no religion. I don't go to churches and I don't have things
He's
that
a
do.
Noahide.
You're no hide. Excellent, sir.
Yeah, God-fearing fool. I think that's gonna be.
I have a strong respect for Noahides and Jews. I really do. From my interactions with religious people here on Google Plus, I found that the Jewish community has been the most tolerant. Pretty funny, but
Hey, after what they've been through, you know, they don't sweat little things.
But you're not a deist, though, James. You're a theist. In the
I get
classical sense, you're not a deist.
But it was nice today. I sympathize with a lot of deist philosophy.
What is deist?
Explain deist to my son is here. Let me see if I
Wow.
put the camera on. That's Jacob Duncan. That's my boy.
All
Hey,
right.
Jacob.
Lucky
Yeah.
Jacob. Hey, your dad is a blessed man, Jacob, and you are too. No doubt. No doubt.
Wow.
Jacob, and
Yeah,
James is the same root as Jacob, no?
Mm-hmm.
Catcher of the heel.
Yaakov, yes.
Wow.
I don't think his mom knew that when she named him. But explain deism.
Deist in the strictest sense, a classic deist is one who believes that a creator, God, created the world, but does not intervene in it. He just kind of wound it up and let it go. So there's no personal revelation, no relationship.
And how's that different from a theist?
Deist is more of a believes in a God that intervenes.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So like, he just made it, and he's not actually interacting right now. Is what deists, right?
Right.
What the Torah says pretty much is that only when things get really, really, really bad has he ever intervened. Usually he does. You know, once creation, he stopped creating on the seventh day, so the world could continue to function.
Jacob, you've done a good job with your old man. You've raised him up well. He's a good man, Jacob. He is. I know you're proud of him.
Don't talk to me.
I'm somewhere between panentheism and a pantheist. So
What is that?
a panentheist or panentheism is kind of a mixture of deism and pantheism. Now, pantheism believes that God, the divine, permeates everything. Everything is within, and everything is within the divine, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Which is semi-Jewish in and of itself.
Hmm.
I say semi-Jewish. Sounds real good.
All these labels.
I'm a St. Tommy. I'm stuck there. You know, I try and break my way out, but it's just, what can I do?
St. Tommy celebrating the 80th day of Christmas today.
I've been meaning to trim it, but it's good.
Oh, I'm supposed to go out there.
I got it.
I got it. I have to go do a chore. I forgot to do a chore. I'll be right back. I got a honey-do list.
All right. So, on the 80th day of Christmas, what did your true love give to you, Tommy?
I gave myself a beer,
80 beers?
just one.
80
Cheers,
ounces.
Lyrics. Cheers. Is Lyrics with us? No, he left, didn't he? That's okay.
No,
No,
he's
there he is.
here.
Cheers, Lyrics.
Cheers, sir. Cheers.
To life. Yes. And more of it. Yes.
I would like to have a beer with you, but I'm debating when, because I might have to take a painkiller later. So.
I got 5 more after this, dude. So I might get a little drunk.
Where? Anyone know where Ruben is?
Ruben?
Yeah.
You're right. He hasn't been around for a couple of days. Didn't he have an
He was in my
interfaith?
hangout yesterday.
Oh, was he? Okay. Because he had an interfaith on Thursday, and I haven't seen him since then. I was like, oh.
I think he's on Facebook. Let me check.
Yeah, we checked to say that we're asking about him. If he's just a little worried when you don't see people. And let's face it, without him in the room, nothing goes on in the chat.
Oh, well. He's not on Facebook. He's probably off playing video games or something,
Oh, let's hope.
doing young man stuff.
I can't believe how young he is.
I can. When I first met him, he was like 15. Brother John, are you here?
Yes.
Do you know Farhan K?
Do I know what?
Can I invite him to the call?
Who?
Farhan,
Farhan.
the Muslim, the really nice guy.
Oh, Farhan. Yes, yes. He's a nice guy. Yeah, bring him in.
Okay.
I was going to say the guy from Pakistan, but that didn't, I think very few people know that about him. Well,
What happened? Anybody know what happened to J-Dubs?
Is he MIA?
yeah, he's totally MIA.
He's got a new profile apparently. He nixed all his videos on his YouTube channel, which I had featured on my channel on his Genesis, and he commented stuff and then took his and on a video I made today, or I think a post I made today, and then went ahead and pulled all his posts. I don't know, man. That boy ain't right.
Maybe he's
Maybe
going
I-
through some changes or something.
Yeah.
I do that once in a while. I'll just rake everything aside, and
I understand.
Maybe he's hanging out with Ruben.
Hope he's all right.
yes.
Of course. Anyway, light a candle.
Anybody here listen to Max Egan?
Max who?
Max Egan.
Mm-mm.
Is he
Full
economic?
House. No?
Is he an economic advisor of some sort?
He's a little bit of. How would I describe Max Egan? He's a commentator on the current affairs of the world, somewhat of a philosopher. Tries to wake people up to, really what's kind of going on in the world.
What about him?
He's very pro alternate means of energy. No, no, I was.
Does he talk about the energies, or he just says, I'm, pro non-oil?
He's against fracking. So
Does he know what fracking is? Do you guys know what fracking is?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you have a problem with
You know
it?
what fracking is?
Yeah, it's where they take the coastal sands and they process them, and or just it's pretty much like drilling but lengthways. So like
Right.
horizontal. So they just take the ground and then they rip it up and get all the amounts of oil that they can out of it. It's not like I mean, they're not going to do this in New York City. They're going to be doing this in unpopulated areas, from what I know.
Well, it's a growing thing here in Pennsylvania.
They do it in Pennsylvania. Like I thought they did it
For
up
the
in like
shale oil, I guess, is the same thing.
I thought northern Canada was one of the biggest sites on this continent.
Oklahoma is another one. They do a lot of,
Oklahoma
but they've been fracking. They've been sending dynamite down wells for years.
Yeah. I don't know why this is such a big deal. Yeah, like they've been doing fracking type things forever, dude.
It's the injection wells that's causing us problems.
Yeah.
So if like one of the injection wells burst, then we're screwed pretty much.
Well,
it contaminates groundwater. It can, and also there are several different types of fracking: horizontal fracking and injection. And some of them are nasty. Some of them are, unnecessarily harsh. I hear, but I don't know anything about it though.
We've had some. Oklahoma's pretty much a seismic state. It gets like 2-point earthquakes or maybe 1 point. It's always been, had some noticeable ones maybe every 25 years. Now we're getting them on a daily basis, and in the areas where they're doing these injection wells, it's just 4 point, and it's a massive amount. It's gone up 3 times what it was the year before, which was twice the year before, and the year before that was like more than hit records, and it's exponentially going up every year. These earthquakes keep happening.
Yeah, if there's exponential potential to the equation, then there's obviously something that has to be done about that.
And it's not, everyone takes it as a personal thing, like, oh, we're attacking the oil companies. It's like, no, you learn stuff, oops, you shouldn't have done that here. Let's move 100 miles west, something. Let me get you a little map here. Oh.
Yeah, you can't be messing with Mother Nature too much, because she'll bite back.
Man, I heard the Mississippi River reversed course in like the mid-1800s because of an earthquake, and then found a new route like 7 miles away from where it used to be. And this was in the mid-1800s during a series of earthquakes that they had somewhere along the Mississippi. I can't remember where it was. But, yeah, Midwest.
About that big earthquake we had a few years ago. Remember, 250,000 people died? A huge earthquake?
In California?
No, it was
Was it not Japan?
Where was it? Indonesia, was it?
Yeah. There's a big tidal wave that smashed most of Indonesia. I'm pretty sure I remember that.
Yeah, man, that was trippy.
They said they changed the tilt of the Earth a little bit, a slight part of a degree. made the Earth wobble or some shit. It was so bad.
That doesn't sound good. Yeah.
Now I'm going to play this animation. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. The injection wells are east, I believe, and then up north near the Kansas border. And this is from 2008 on. And this is pretty natural, pretty normal right here, what you're looking at, these little dots that pop up. If it's orange, it's bad. If it's red, it's even worse. And you'll see we're here in mid-2009. They start popping up, more severe. We'll move on to 2010, and bada boom, look at them. It's insane.
And that's when they started like increasing and fracking a lot.
Here's or injection wells anyway. Here's mid 2011. You can see him just a rash of them, and a heck of a lot more.
Well, I would assume you're taking material out of the ground, and something has to replace that material. There's just open space, so you're definitely going to cause earthquakes.
Here we go. Watch it.
Look at that. That's insane, man.
And they're telling us, you don't have any right to complain. You don't have any right to protest. We've always had seismic activity, and all these people are just going apes, calling us conspiracy theorists. You can point them to that particular website, and they just don't buy it. It's it's insane. It's really incredible. They've shut them down. The state had to come in and tell a couple to shut them down. Christmas Eve we had one. You could hear it ripple through the neighborhood. I mean, I could feel it in my house. I could hear the cracks go in a split second from the south end of our house to the north. It just like a wave, like a ripple. Our crack got bigger in our wall too. The lady brought up a lawsuit, said that because of their fracking, her chimney fell apart in her house and landed on her, broke her leg, and the judge said, well, the Corporation Commission has to. I can't allow this to go through because the Corporation Commission has to take care of this, all judicial matters. So she wasn't allowed to sue the company. She wasn't even allowed to file a lawsuit. They've got this place so whooped. Hi, Fawn.
Hey, how you doing? I had plans earlier tonight, but they got canceled, and so I have nothing to do now.
Oh, were you gonna go out with a girl?
Well, yeah, but she's also my cousin. So,
Well, never mind.
Oh, really?
well, my cousin
Makes all
lives
kinds.
far away from where I live, and I haven't seen her like in maybe 10 years. So,
Oh, so why'd she cancel?
well, she's with her family, so my uncle. So I would have come over, but like they're pretty far away, so yeah, whatever, no big deal. I think whatever.
Well, then you hang out with us now.
Yeah.
Hey, Aberon, how you doing? Okay.
Brother Joe, when was the last time you went dancing?
I don't know. Wasn't too long ago. Actually, the wife and I we took some dancing lessons for a while, but then we stopped. We stopped about, God, it's been about 6 months easily ago. 8 months.
I wouldn't mind going to a club. I feel like going out.
Yeah.
It's not gonna
Celebrate
happen.
life. Celebrate life. Yeah.
So the current
I did dance in my house just last week, so.
current chick I'm talking to.
Bro, Joe, do you have a discotheque at your house?
Oh, I can set one up, yeah.
I hear you.
The current chick I'm talking to lead to a little bit of a problem, which is the family pushback on the whole deal.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. You can't. You don't really go it alone. So
Where's she from?
same ethnic background, but she's not born and raised in America like I am.
Oh, that's sad.
Well, I mean, it's not yet. We'll work on. We'll see what's up.
So, let me get this. Her family won't. I'm confused.
Vice versa. My family
Oh, your family?
has a bit of an issue because she's not born and raised in America, and we're pretty Americanized. We're not. It's kind of a weird thing. There's some things that are not. There's some things that are. But it's like people from overseas. They have this mentality. They have that mentality. They're like this. They're like that. And so it's like I don't know. Kind of like a. I mean, I'm still working on it. I mean, I'm not like out of the running, but yeah, it's kind of like a reverse type discrimination, if you will. I don't think discrimination is the right word, but just assumptions.
My friend Fatima is over in Pakistan right now. She's going to school there. She says that it's okay. She actually scored some weed while she was there. I'm like, Fatima, don't smoke weed when you're in Pakistan. You can get executed, can't you?
Damn it.
That's funny. Where does she live in Pakistan?
She's going to University of I think she's
Oh,
on
really?
War.
You been executed for smoking weed in Pakistan?
Wait, where did you hear
I
that
don't-
from? I've never heard this before. There's people who drink openly in Pakistan.
Yeah, good hash comes from Afghanistan. I mean,
It's
that's
totally
right
different
next
countries,
door.
though. I mean, it depends where you are. I don't think you get executed, but it's like, what the hell are you doing? People, you will be looked down upon. It's kind of like if you drink alcohol. Well, it's like if you do heroin here, people, even if you're like a nice person, people will be like, what's your deal? You know, like something's wrong with you. You need to stop doing that crap. Same kind of deal. People would be like, yeah, something is wrong with you because you're drinking alcohol. Like you'll generally be looked down upon. Like, as like someone who you shouldn't be doing that. Like maybe looked down upon is the wrong word, but like it's almost like that's a dysfunctional behavior. That's the way it'll be seen.
No, that's exactly the right words, dude. They look down upon it.
Well, she's used to being looked down upon because she's short. I'm kidding.
That's
No, she's born Somali, but she left Islam, so I don't even know why she went to Pakistan in the first place.
yeah. Why would someone go there unless if it was for cultural or like religious reasons?
Because she has free school in Pakistan.
Just she has what?
She has free school at the university there.
Oh, wow.
Which university is this?
Just want to say hello, Jello. Welcome, Jello.
Hello.
Or Jello.
Jello.
Which university is this?
I'm not sure. I'll have to message her.
I'm
Not
just
sure
curious
which
what
one.
city, I guess, because that's like there's a big difference between the cities over there, culturally. It's like the North America, South America, North America, North and the South of America. I don't know. I haven't been there like in 20 years, so.
You're not that much older than 20, yeah.
I'm 30.
Oh. I stand corrected.
Yeah. Do I look young?
Mm-hmm.
This is me right now. Do I look? I don't know.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't see you at all. You're not on camera, Faran.
There, now I am.
Hey, we're on the air. Hit mute, whoever's playing music.
Yeah,
Oh, now
be careful with that, Tommy.
Sorry.
The last girl I was really serious with. Our families like literally fought each other, not like physically, but like they yelled and there was like some harsh words back and forth and all that kind of stuff. That sucked.
Whoa.
That sucked.
Because the two of you were dating?
No, that's not why. No, it was obvious. Like we weren't dating, but it was obvious that I was like courting her, if you will. But they just didn't like each other. They just had personal differences about like how to conduct. I don't know. I don't even know what the hell they're fighting over anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry. I would call courting dating, but I forget.
Oh, I mean, like I wasn't like hanging out with her by herself, but like
Yeah.
But yeah, they just didn't like each other. That sucked. That was not cool. I'm still a little bit upset about that.
See, y'all almost got the popo called on you.
Yeah, they were just being, honestly, in my opinion, they were just being childish.
I don't know if my mom says something bad about my particular girlfriend or wife or my wife, I just tell her to kiss my ass. But that's just me.
They have a different culture.
Yeah, that's what it is. Oh, I didn't mean to make him leave.
Oh, I don't think you made him leave. I think he might have just dropped out.
Yeah, probably a connection issue.
I'm not feeling very well. I'm gonna leave. So, yeah.
Sorry about that. I was saying you would tell your mom.
See you, Lindsay. Good to see you.
All right.
I was just saying, Farhan, that I don't allow my family to dictate my my personal life, kind of. You know,
Yeah,
I'm not as
starting
close to
do
my
that
family
more.
as probably you are. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm starting to agree with that more and more. I think that makes more sense. And I mean, not always, but in some cases, I think it makes more sense.
I think that a parent's advice on certain things is most valuable, but I also think that a lot of parents they get a little too nosy, you know? I mean, obviously, if my girlfriend or, you know, the woman that I was dating at the time was extremely bad for me, then I would hope my parents would say something to me, but I'm smart enough to figure that out myself, so...
Technically, by Sharia, I can just disregard whatever my mom says, or my, you know, obviously my father's not here, but I can technically disregard anything they say. But that's not the point, though. It's like, it's just, you don't want to go into a relationship like with that kind of, because I mean, my mom's a big part of my family as well, or my life as well. So you don't want to go into a relationship with that like mindset of like, screw you, because that's like hurtful. Like, this person raised you for like however many years, and you're just disregarding them. So it's like, I don't know, it's a fine line.
Do you live close to your family?
Yeah.
I live like over 1,000 miles away. That's why. I got my own like little family here. You know, my own separate unit. So it's now my relationship has changed with my parents or with my mother. My father's dead. It's changed with my mother, where I just call and say hi and see how she's doing. And it's not necessarily about like guidance or anything like that. I do ask her for guidance occasionally, but it's more just about keeping in touch now.
Who does she live with?
She remarried. She got divorced from my father and remarried to a nice man, you know, treats her with respect, and they've been married for almost 10 years now. And, you know, we had our issues and stuff like that, blah, 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 but everything's good now, and every family's different, though, dude, you know?
Yeah. No, but today I was supposed to go with just like not go out, but like hang out with my cousin. She is very different from the rest of my family, like Tree, and she's back in town after I haven't seen her like I said, over 10 years. It's probably been, I don't know how long.
Very different.
Pardon?
What makes her very different from the rest of your family?
Well, in a nutshell, she ran away to Florida and is living with somebody else who she's not married to, and
yeah,
that's a big deal, and was there for a long time. And there's some other things like she shouldn't have done, like for example, like when my father passed away, she should have like at least come up and visited because my father was asking for her. Stuff like that. Like she's living with some guy who nobody really knows. That's a little questionable. So. That's more than a little questionable. What else is there? I don't know. Just stuff like that in general. I mean, like, she's gone for a long time. Nobody knew where she was. Yeah. I'll be see her sometime tomorrow or the day after. Maybe, after work. I mean, I don't know if you had kids, like, and your kids ran away for a while, and be like, where the hell are you? And who is this person you're living with? It's kind of like that.
Yikes.
Yeah.
I guess you're glad that they're not dead.
Yeah. I'm just glad she's back to her parents. That's good.
We all have our own paths, sir.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Oh, so she's back to stay? She's not just visiting?
No idea. I really don't know. I actually don't really. Like I said, I haven't talked to her like in 10 years. I know she's. Well, no, let me take that back. I do know she's going back on Tuesday at 1 p.m. according to a text message I got. So, I mean, to me, it's kind of weird. I guess the whole. I don't know what's going on, or I guess I'll find out soon. I think people see me as like I don't really get angry, so I can kind of relate to people who are. I think she wants to eventually move back at some point. So, like, I think she just wants someone to talk to. That's my theory. I don't know. What would you guys do in this situation?
In the situation that you're in, or she's in, or what?
I guess she's in.
It's been hard because you haven't really told us much.
What else can I say?
She's a little bit obviously rebellious, but what else about her personality? Type A, Type B, follower, leader. What's she done for school?
in education.
She hasn't finished school yet. She's going to community college, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
We were told that she's getting a master's degree in somewhere in Florida, but I think that was just BS. I mean, I think it was kind of obvious that it was BS to everybody involved. No, she's not, because there's Facebook nowadays. What else can I say?
Well,
Hello?
if she BS'd you about the master's degree, that means that she feels ashamed in your eyes.
Well, actually, it wasn't her family. It wasn't
I
her.
would
It
help
was
her.
her family.
I would try and help her not be ashamed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not like pissed off at anybody. I'm not gonna be like you're a jerk or whatever. I don't care.
I know that I left my family for a period of 5 years where I didn't talk to really any of them, and all of that had to do with shame.
Wow.
Had nothing to do with whatever was going on in my head, you know, whatever my excuses were. So I kind of understand where she's coming from. And when you want to go back and visit, there's shame. And it's very hard to get over that.
I think that was a part of it. I'm actually almost positive because
If someone reached out to me during that time in my life and told me not to feel like that, told me it was okay to feel like that, and that, you know, they still loved me regardless, that would have made the whole difference in the world, dude. It really would have.
That's hard to do.
You should try doing that with her.
That's hard to do disingenuously. If you can see her as shameless somehow, if you can make a mitigating case for what she's done in a good, wholesome, truthful way, if you can see her shameless, it will help treating her shameless. You know, like she's got nothing to be ashamed of. You know, she's done the best she could. The best she could.
There's obvious shame involved in the equation. You know what I mean, dude? So like, it's hard to deal with someone like that when they're in the shame boat. For me, it is. It's hard to deal with me when I'm like that. I just need the helping hand.
Yes.
The story of the prodigal son, for some reason, as you were telling it to me. How old is she?
Probably 25-ish, something like a couple of years younger than me.
And she's been gone for 10 years?
Oh, I haven't seen her in 10 years. I don't know how long she's been gone for, but maybe, you know, I think I'm exaggerating when I say 10 years. Maybe like 5 or 6.
Okay.
It's been a long time, actually. I haven't remembered that in a while.
Well, if you can't remember, dude, then it's too long.
I just remember that the weirdest thing I remember was that when she was young, she had like this random bruise on her face. It wasn't like her parents were abusive or like that. And that was never. I know her parents were not like that. But she had this I don't know. She probably had some kind of like weird thing on her face, and it was there for like the longest time, like over 2 years. And I remember always thinking that was really weird. I asked her about it. And she was like on Facebook, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I just got that removed." It wasn't a bruise. It was like some kind of weird growth or something, but it looked like a bruise. And so I was like, "What the hell is that?" I don't know where that came from. Anyway, it's been a long time. It's been many years. So I guess I reconnected over Facebook.
The last time I saw my cousin, he was 10 years old, and now he has kids, and he has a master's degree.
Nice.
It's been 20 years, dude, and I haven't seen the guy. I don't even know what he looks like anymore.
Do you have an interest in seeing him?
Yes. But I know that like right now in both of our lives, that our lives are so full that it would require huge amounts of manipulating to figure it out, you know?
Do you keep in touch with your family, like your extended family, or even your immediate?
I keep in touch with my immediate family. My extended family, most of them are dead, to be honest. They were born on Earth and they're human, and they kind of just died, you know, dude.
I don't mean that sarcastically. I meant like, or facetiously. I meant like was it their sickness, or was it like they're older than you, or because
yeah, it was a combination. Well, most of my family's older, so like.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know what I mean? So like, they died of old age. One died of alcoholism. My father died of liver cancer. My uncle hung himself.
Wow.
Mine did too.
Yeah, this was all in a 3-week period too. It was pretty crazy.
Wow. Why did this happen? What caused that?
I don't know. You know, I guess it was just their time to go, man.
Yeah. So.
You got a question for the room?
40 years old.
You can. What's that, Tommy?
Left. Beg
I was gonna say I have a question.
Oh, can you hear me? Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
I hear you. Okay. If you can spend one day with anybody from history, dead or alive, current, present, past, whatever, who would it be?
Jesus Christ.
The Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
What kind of questions would you ask him, Ermi?
Oh gosh, I wouldn't stop asking. I'd ask him about the creation of the universe, what's next, if there are additional dimensions, what's the purpose for creating us, what's each person I probably know and care about's purpose, how do we achieve global like peace and warming, I mean non-warming, like all those like, oh, and can you solve some impossible things? Yeah, like I'd want to know everything I've ever wanted to know.
But I gotta ask, as a Christian, don't you have this personal relationship already with Jesus?
He doesn't tell me like unlock the keys for like cold fusion for me, no. Although I've never asked. So I guess I've never asked all those questions. That's really interesting.
If he's not answering them now, maybe he wouldn't answer them in person.
That's terrible.
No, I mean, right? Why not answer them now? Some people feel like they do hear from God through Jesus and
Yeah,
have
but
this
it's
relationship.
so funny that I've never prayed about like tell me the answer for world peace.
I had
Big
God.
Ig, that keep the secret.
I had God tell me I was going to have 3 kids.
And did you have 3 kids?
I got 3 kids. It took a long time. I thought it was just a voice in my head. And it might have been a voice in my head. You know,
I don't suppose you can have any more, right?
Well, I'm not against it. Why?
Well, I don't know how old your wife is, if she's still able to have kids. But I guess you could always test God and see if she won't impregnate you again.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess he only mentioned 3 though, or the voice in my mind only mentioned 3. It went like this: yes, you'll have 3, 2 boys and a girl, and your firstborn will be named Isaac. And I shook my head. I shook it like I was shaking off a daze or something. And 9 years later, I didn't have a wife or any kids. And I remember thinking, oh, well, you know, just a little inner dialogue, mild psychosis maybe, you know, no big deal. But then I started dating my brother's secretary and shotgun wedding, and Isaac was born, and then bam, bam, 2 more, and that's how it played out. Like I say, could have been coincidence and just me talking to myself, or who can figure out what our Creator is going to do next, you know? Who can figure him out? I don't know.
I'll tell you guys one story that I actually never mind. One second. I'll tell you guys one story that I thought was kind of a really screwed up story that I once unwillingly, begrudgingly, that's the word, begrudgingly ended up trying to like work on, and it did not work out. There was a family friend of mine. Just one day he comes up to me. I know this guy. I've known him for like since undergrad, and really great guy. I actually went to his wedding, in fact, about a year ago. And so this is like maybe like 4 or 5 years ago or something like that. And he basically comes to me and says, "Fred, I need to talk to you." And I'm like, "Well, what do you need to talk to me about?" He's like, "Listen, man, my cousin is acting crazy." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "Do you remember her?" I was like, "Yeah, I think I met her once or twice at your place." And she's like, he was like, "Yeah, basically she like ran away with some guy, like just totally ran away with some guy, and is like messing, like says she's married him and all that kind of stuff." So I was like, "Okay, well let me look into this." Well, basically what happened was that she from her community college, she met this guy, who I actually ended up meeting. He's actually like honestly like a kind of a nice guy. A little bit naive, but like a nice guy. And basically, what happened was she quote unquote fell in love with him. I mean, she was like 20 something, like one or something like that, and or 22. I forgot how old she was, but she was young, like young 20s or early 20s. And she met him, she was like, I'm gonna marry this guy. And her parents were like, what the hell? Like, you need to finish school. You haven't even finished like your first year yet. You're just low in school, whatever. And she's like, no, I'm gonna marry him. And her parents didn't really think much of it. And then she one day came back and she legally married him. And her parents were like, what the hell? Like, but this doesn't mean anything. Like, just because you legally married somebody doesn't mean you're actually married to that person. It's just a piece of paper. That's just a legal thing. That's not reality. And so anyways, this goes on and on. One day he gets in a bike accident and he gets really injured. And so she sees him at the hospital. And yeah, basically lyrics, legal paperwork is just legal paperwork. But I'm saying it's kind of like your real name versus your legal name. So anyway, so he gets in a bike accident, because he used to ride bikes, and pretty serious one, and she's in the hospital with him and whatever. Enough that he was in the hospital overnight. And her parents come to see him as well, because it's kind of like, well, my daughter's into this guy, and she's like, okay, well, I can either go home, and then she's like, I'm going to spend the night with my husband at the hospital, and her parents are like, no, you're coming home with us, you're our daughter, like, what are you doing? And she's like, no, and so it becomes like this kind of like this confrontation, and eventually she spends the time with this guy, and he gets discharged like the next day or whatever, and she goes home with him, and like I think a day later or 2 days later, the cops show up at her parents' house, and they escort, I think it was her, or I don't know how they did it, but they escorted her, I think, into her house, into her parents' house, the cops, and they basically took the car that her father bought her but put in her name, and all of her clothes, and she left with this guy. And this is after like maybe a couple of months of knowing him, and it's like, what the hell? Like, what are you doing? And she was living apart for a while. Like, I don't know how many weeks, but it was more than 1 or 2 weeks. And that's when they asked me, and I was like, what am I gonna do? I don't know these people, but I guess they kind of respect me. I guess I don't know why, but so they come up and I met at an IHOP. With her and this guy, and I was trying to convince her to like not do this, and basically I was like, look, you guys haven't even really got married. All you did was go to the court and just get like a piece of paper that said you're married, but that doesn't count. That's just a paper marriage. Your family's not involved, his family's not involved, nobody knows anybody. And I was trying to say, like, you guys realize that you're setting yourselves up to fail. You like you're going against the guidance of everyone to get around you, and you're jumping into this. And I told him flat out, like, this is how people, like, you didn't go in the front door, you didn't like ask her father, you didn't talk to her mother, you just like took her away. And same with the girl, like, you didn't get your parents' advice, you didn't do anything, you just kind of like ran away with them. And they were like, I was like, this is how things fail, and look at the divorce rates, like 50%. You need to be smarter about this. And he was like, well, no, but love conquers all. And he kept repeating that to me.
Oh God.
And anyways, so they had a daughter. I'm not gonna say her daughter's name, but I know her daughter's name. And I was like, okay, good for you. That's happy, I guess. I was invited to their wedding because eventually she got pregnant, and at this point her parents were like, okay, fine, whatever, let's just get him married. So they got married, and they went. I actually saw the pictures. They went in a limousine to McDonald's. Not even a joke. That's literally what happened. And so after a couple of, I don't know how long, but he had to, in order to support her.
Wait, did you say a limousine to McDonald's?
Yeah. Yeah, I saw the pictures of it, literally. After a couple
I want to see that picture.
After some time, he wasn't making enough money, and so he had to sell his bike, because he had a bunch of bikes, like riding bikes, not bicycles or not motorbikes, to support everything. And then I think she was a little bit spoiled and like wanted all this stuff that she had and wanted to continue her lifestyle with their dad. And after some time, they almost divorced, and then they didn't, but then eventually they ended up getting divorced. And her parents took her back because that's her only daughter. And I don't know what happened to him, but she has a kid now. And none of this would have happened if she had just been smarter about the whole deal and listened to the counsel of her elders.
Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I freaking personally know her. I mean, I haven't seen her in a long time, but not her, rather. I know her cousin. I'm up on Facebook, actually.
So Farhan, you're going to spend the day with Muhammad. What do you want to do? What do you want to ask him? Where'd you go to
I
eat?
wouldn't ask him anything. I would probably just have him speak to me. Because if I ask, it's like I know what I need to ask, but if he tells me, then it has
Why
some.
Farhan's so wise?
Pardon?
See why you're very wise.
Thank you, I guess.
You wouldn't have no questions for him?
I might, but it's almost like, who am I to ask a question? Like, I don't know. I would just listen and observe and see what comes my way. I have questions, I do. I mean, I would do the same thing
Share a
with Jesus.
question?
If I met Jesus, I'd be like, first off, wow. Second off, like, let me kiss your feet. And then third off, like, I would just listen. I would probably not say that much.
I thought Muhammad was just a man.
Yeah, he is just a man.
So there are better men than other men?
I mean, yeah, of course. Like, I'm sure, like, a lot of people are better than me, and so yeah. If I met Moses, it'd be the same thing, although I'd probably be scared of Moses. But yeah, I think if I met him, it'd be amazing. I'd sit and he could say whatever he wanted to say, and I would just listen. And I wouldn't ask. I mean, I might, there's some things I might ask, maybe a clarification type stuff, but
Tommy, who would you want to hang out with for today?
Anybody in history?
Anybody in history?
Saint Carol.
Current, past.
Saint Carol of God, my dear sweet mom, who got promoted 3 years ago. Isn't that sappy? But I do miss her.
Your mom?
I do miss her. Yeah, my mom.
That's nothing wrong
She
with that. That's awesome.
Generous. She was the most. She wasn't particularly religious, but she was a believer, and but she was very generous and very very outgoing, very socially engaging, and man, would she go off at Christmas time. She was given over to generosity in small ways. Wouldn't hold a grudge, wouldn't hold a grudge. She'd have a spat with somebody, she would go to them and make peace. But she was a really special woman, she was, and she really loved me a lot. And I do miss her, bless her heart.
Did you take a lot of wisdom from her, like from her raising of you?
Yeah, it seems like to me that human beings, we in some ways teach each other how to be, and that's a type of wisdom, how to be loving, and she was at it. She wasn't particularly hyper-educated philosophically or religiously, but she was sharp and just very loving, very loving. Not in a plastic sense. I mean, she could be top. She wasn't hyper reserved, but she was just really giving and really accommodating, very sensitive and quick to defend those in need of defense. And she's just really cool and really very generous, man. She gave away more stuff, and yeah. She was really cool. I do miss her. She was a real piece of work. She used to call me 8 or 9 a day for lunch, leave a voicemail, talk about when you're going to come see me. Come see me. Can't wait. And,
is there anything you would ask her, or
at the time?
Tommy, is there anything you would ask her, or
Nah, just give her a cigarette.
You ever had a chance to in the past?
I might ask her for an account, more of an account of family history, which now I have no.
You're breaking up a little, man.
And she told me many things about the thing I asked her about family. about my family, about my grandma and granddad, and all they went through, and et cetera, et cetera. But how all of that is gone. I don't. I got my kids. I got my any recollection of neighbors to visit with. That's an opportunity right there. I might not be able to visit with my mom or somebody really special, super special, but my kids and my wife and my neighbors, you people are pretty special. And hey, I got you right here. So I try and keep
You're
my
special
eye.
too, Tommy.
Thank you. Let's have a group hug now. Yes, thank you, everybody. Yes, it is true though. We are special, and I do want to be an optimist about that kind of thing. There's only one of each of us rolling around this world, and G Plus a pretty cool place to meet cool peeps.
Yeah.
If anyone was
Some cool people and some crazy people.
Oh yes, can't we get bitey? Can't we though? Can't we?
I know, Smash. How about you? Who would you, in history or current, would like to spend the day with, dead or alive? Oh, I think he said Moses, maybe Elvis. I see in the chat. Okay. Aberon, how about you?
I'd think about it a little more. And I'm kind of back and forth from the computer at the moment, so
Okay, now, bro.
maybe in a couple minutes I'll have a response. I got some ideas, but I really don't. It's hard to narrow it down.
Hermine, you said earlier that you said it was a very wise thing I said, and I really appreciate that. I thank you for the compliment. What I was going to say was that I don't think it's so much to have questions about like anything right now. I think it's like I feel like I already know what I should do or be like, but it's more of a question of like just following it. If that makes any sense. Like for example, like you can know like you're supposed to do X, Y, Z. Like I know, like stupid example, I know I'm supposed to go to the dentist because I have to get a bone graft, but I don't want to. So like it's I might know something, but I just don't want to do it. And I think that's my biggest deal. It's not really a questions that I might have, but I think maybe in the future that'll change. Is anyone talking? Oh.
Yeah, Sydney left right before I wanted to ask him.
Does the Christian tradition believe that Jesus will be coming back soon? Like within, I mean, like at all, actually, I should say.
I think most Christians believe Jesus is going to come back. When is the big question?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Doesn't the scriptures kind of answer world peace, though?
In what way?
Well, like, there's 1,000 years that they're going to apparently bind up Satan. That's supposed to be a pretty peaceful time.
1,000 years? Is it 1,000? Following
This is 1,000 years. It says that he'll be bound for 1,000 years, and then, go figure, he's going to be let loose again. I don't understand that one. It's in the book of Revelation.
I need to read the book of Revelations. I haven't done that yet.
I'll look it over again, but I've never looked at that interpretation of it, Brother John, and I'm studying it in more detail this year, so I can definitely keep that on my mind as I look through it. I think there's a lot of things that the Bible does answer. I think there's just a lot of things that it doesn't as well.
Like what?
Oh, I mean, the fact that we still have questions on how our Earth began, in terms of like, not that God did it, but like the precision, like on a very molecular level on how it was done.
Do you think the Bible is here to teach us those kinds of things?
No. That's why I would ask those types of things.
There is a there's a thinker. I mentioned him a couple times, Chris Hedges, and he's like kind of like he grew up in the Christian tradition, but he's not Christian, and he says like you wouldn't really consider him a Christian in kind of like a traditional sense in any respect actually, but he said that he reads the Bible, and people are like, well, why do you read the Bible if you don't believe in it? And he even says like I think there's like morally repugnant passages of the Bible or whatever. So he's like, well, people say, why do you read it? He's like, I don't read it to get knowledge of XYZ. I read it to get knowledge of just humanity and like who I am and like the purpose of human beings. And so like in other words, he was saying like the book, I mean, I guess you could technically say something about the Quran. It's not a book of science. You're not going there to like investigate like the Big Bang, but you're going there for human understand the purpose of who you are and where you're going in this life. It's like that's the way I look at the Bible or any religious scripture. I don't really see it as like gravity is 9.8 meters per second squared. I look at it like I don't know.
Yeah, if you look at Revelation chapter 20, verses 1 to 3 specifically, it says, "And I saw an angel coming down out of heaven, having the key to the abyss, and holding in his hand a great chain." I'm reading from the NIV version. He seized the dragon, that ancient serpent, who is the devil or Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years. Verse 3, he threw him into the abyss, and locked and sealed it over him, to keep him from deceiving the nations any more, until the 1,000 years were ended. After that, he must be set free for a short time.
How long is that short time?
I don't know how long a short time is.
I'm having a really hard time narrowing it down between two people. But I think I would probably go with Tesla because I could come up with some better questions for him. I'd mostly try to figure out the myth from the man because there is so much mystery that surrounds him. I try to find out what is truth and what we have fabricated since he has been gone.
Who is this?
Tesla.
Nikola Tesla?
Yeah, Nikola Tesla.
Why him?
Because I would like to find out what is real and what is a legend about him. There seems to be a lot that we can't really know for certain. It's a lot kind of lost in history. The only other person I'd really like to talk to that I got narrowed down to is Marcus Aurelius, but I'm not really sure what I would ask him. He's one that I would just like how you were with Muhammad and Jesus.
Did you see Gladiator? Was he kind of accurately portrayed in that movie, you think? I mean, I don't know much about him.
He wasn't in that much, though.
He's the one that died kind of early?
Yeah.
The old man?
He left communist. I think that was his son. If I'm not mistaken, maybe I'm getting
Every time he died, they changed it, didn't they? From what history says?
Commodus was his son, which is the guy I think is pretty much the main villain of the movie.
Was he really a bad dude?
Yeah, I think that was his son.
Like in real life?
My favorite movie.
Yeah, in real life, yeah.
What did he do in real life?
Oh, I don't really know about him very much, but he was the first of the 3 bad emperors, is what history refers to him as. Because leading up to Marcus, they had like 3 emperors in a row that were pretty much loved by everyone in the empire. And then starting with Commodus, it turned around and kind of went in reverse.
I'd like to meet Moses just to meet him. Elvis, though. I'd like to jam with Elvis for like 6 hours straight.
How about Moses impersonating Elvis?
That ain't nothing but a hound dog. They crying all the time. Hey.
Only if he brings his cane and does the dance. His staff, his rod, then it would be funny.
Some say Elvis did a good Jesus impersonation. You know, he had the 12 guys who followed him around, did whatever he wanted. Everyone called him king.
Wow.
So I have a question.
I'm not the king. They put a big sign up at one of his concerts. It says, Elvis, you're the king. And he stopped in the middle of a song. And the song goes, there's only one king, man, and that's Jesus Christ. And they all just kind of sat down real slow.
Was Elvis a Christian?
Well,
yeah, he was a Christian, but he was really deep. His favorite book was The Prophet, but he read all kinds of stuff. He wore a cross and the Star of David at the same time around his neck. He said he didn't want to miss out on heaven on a technicality.
That's interesting.
Gospel singer, big gospel singer, and wasn't afraid to be that way. He could rock and he could, show respect.
So one question I've had recently is like about when I look at Christianity, I see Jews at the time were an extremely oppressed people, and I guess they were for the next 2,000 years. And the Romans had occupied their land and were doing all these terrible things to them and whatever, just abusing them in every which way. And the message of Jesus is to say that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Christians in this room, but that your kingdom is not in this world. You're not necessarily going to be win in this world, but your kingdom is the next one to come, and giving those people who are broken, downtrodden, who are the low class of society hope is like what he was doing. Is that inaccurate?
Some say that. I've heard it said that it got him out of Roman persecution at the time because it was like, well, are you preaching this kingdom will rise and take the place of Rome? He said, no, my kingdom is not on the earth.
Isn't that what I said? Isn't that the same thing?
Well, it seems to me like he was evading the accusation of what do we call that? Sedition.
You're a Christian, right? I'm assuming.
Nope.
Oh, you're not?
Noahide.
Wait a minute. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on one second. I'm talking to Idol Smasher. I'm sorry. I'm not. And my screen is minimized. Pardon. I thought you were St. Tom for a second. Anyways, that was my understanding of Christianity. I guess I'm mistaken. Well, I've heard that from a lot of sources, though.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any Christians here other than?
The lady is a Christian. Good Christian girl.
Yeah, I've only been listening to what half you guys are saying. Sorry.
I was asking.
Great story, though. You had a line there that I kind of missed.
What I was asking was that when I look at the Christian message, or like what it's all about, basically, or like rather in context of that time, basically there were these people, the Jews, who were an extremely oppressed people, and they were, like I said, for the next 2,000 years or so, and they were occupied by the Romans, and basically the Romans, the Christian message was to say that you're experiencing a lot of suffering, and you're experiencing a lot of pain and that sort of thing, and that Christianity, this message is the message of like hope, and saying that your kingdom, you're not going to get justice in this world, but you will in the next world, and just wait and live your life and do the best you can do, and then in the next world you will be rewarded for all these terrible things that have happened to you, and you'll be recompensed and like giving them hope in this world because of the suffering they're experiencing. Is that like a legitimate or like a good summary? I don't know how to.
I would think that's one of the themes that I've seen fairly consistently. Some people say, I've heard it said that, as it related to our Jewish people, that it was about righteousness, the religion, and the faith. Not religion, the faith.
It was related to what? I'm sorry. What was the thing you said?
Righteousness.
Before that, you said
Righteousness. It was related to righteousness.
Okay.
As a key theme, kind of going throughout, where somebody said that other religions may have been related to beauty, physical beauty, that sort of dynamic. Everybody had their kind of thing. There's so many themes going on through the Bible that it's hard for me to pinpoint it to that one.
Fair enough, yeah.
That is one of the overarching ones.
Which one? The one I said or the one you said?
Being comfortable with suffering. That everything in the end is squared out.
No, I like that a lot.
Ooh, and then there were 5.
Are people leaving?
For the past 20 minutes or so.
Aberrant, I'm not comfortable with it, but I recognize that it's reality. I mean, I'm not like, woe is me, but at the same time, I don't think it like the goal is to not have it destroy you. People will grieve and be sad, but the goal is to not have it destroy you.
Aaron, I had the worst freaking headache I had in my life last night. I was not comfortable with it. It sucked, but I certainly appreciate when it's over.
Everybody needs their struggle. For
What's
me,
that?
it gives purpose. I said everybody needs their struggle. For me, it gives purpose.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, there is. I guess there is a purpose to it because it's teaching me to take better care of my body, right? This gift given to me, this temple.
It's a very direct form of motivation. It should be, at least. Those who endure suffering without trying to find a way to alleviate it, those are the ones I would have a problem with. For those who just give up and take what they're given, that shouldn't be how it works in my mind.
Floyd was asking to come in. I sent him an invite. Hope he gets it. Floyd, if you're listening, I sent you an invite. And Gretchen wanted to join us, but it seems like she can't. Well, miss you, Gretchen. Love to chat with you. It's kind of weird. I was sitting at this computer now, and I was starting to feel the headache come on, and I'm really more thinking I'm pinching some kind of nerve. So it's weird now. I had to come back to the laptop. I was like walking around, standing on my feet. So I wasn't like near the mic, and I got my computers hooked up to the TV, so the wires only going so long. It's really, but anyway. The way I knelt down and kind of turned my body now. It's weird. I relieved the whole headache. It was like a chiropractic move I'm doing or some shit.
Go for a walk. Go for a walk and see if it alleviates the pain.
Yeah, that's why I was like kind of trying to walk around too.
Oh.
But what I'm doing now, yeah, definitely did it.
So I bought a bag of I have a new job, and to be honest, I'm kind of like an introvert in a lot of ways, but when I'm at work I try to break out of that, and so I bought some candy that I leave at my desk, and everyone comes by and like takes a piece or two if they want to talk to me, or just to stop by, and has a piece of candy, and then they walk away, and that's just to be social. Problem is that I bought like 2 bags, and one of them I took to work, and the other one I left at home, and I've been eating this candy nonstop. And it's really bad. I think I just had like 15 pieces of Twix. So, yeah, that's pretty bad. So I need to stop doing that. I might go for a walk or something later on.
My work well, every other day there's a fresh new dozen donuts that someone had bought. And I have this kryptonite. I can't say no to anything that's free, especially food that I know will spoil if I don't eat it.
Mm.
So, yeah. This job has been the worst thing for my diet ever.
What do you do?
I'm a inventory control for a manufacturing plant. We work on electrical grid protection equipment.
Cool. Have you ever heard of a language called Verilog?
Called what?
It's a computer programming language called Verilog.
No.
Okay. Neither. I mean, I've just barely heard of it, like for maybe a week or two. I'm trying to learn a programming language that deals with designing circuits, and I need to get started.
I don't do anything directly with the hardware or the software. I just count things for a living.
Hmm. There's more involved than just counting things.
I'm sure there is. I've dealt with programming languages, just not professionally. More of a hobby. But no, I haven't heard of Verilog.
Which language?
Mostly like C++ and C#, and it has been forever. A little bit of Java, and I still use BASIC because of the Office suite uses BASIC for macros and things like that, and that's about all I've recently used.
Cool. All right, here's a question, an open question. Do you guys think we as a society are getting smarter?
I think certain individuals are. As a whole, I would say no. I think the smartest among us are getting smarter, and that the average is getting dumber.
I think I might agree with you. I can't really comment on the average, but I just don't think we're getting smarter.
Well, I think those that apply themselves are building upon the past knowledge, and they really care. But it's getting to be a smaller and smaller group of people, just because the necessity of people with such knowledge isn't needed in the quantities it once was. And so many people can get by with doing so little that they just opt to do that. And I believe it's just due to human nature.
I think we are getting somewhat smarter. I think I don't know about the intelligence, but I think we're getting better. Definitely. I think there are growing pains, but there are no walls separate, that surround our cities to keep invaders out. We're not burning people at the stake like we used to. We're able to comprehend so much more information. I mean, I know that it's just a sign of the times, but I do think we get a little better.
I think socially we're improving greatly. And I believe that some people that are very comfortable with how things are, especially those with any degree of power who are very adverse to change, are really pushing back about that. And I think a lot of the problems we're now sending up alarms about are more just a response to that. I think a lot of things are inevitably going to get better. And often when we think things are getting worse, all we're seeing is just the past trying to resist change.
Interesting, the past trying to resist change.
Well, those comfortable with the way things were in the past, resisting changing for the future.
I think the fact that we can do what we're doing right now is a sign that we're improving. We can talk in real time across great distances to people of all kinds. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, with the internet, I mean, and my wife sees it over the years being as a teacher. She sees how kids now pick up things a lot quicker. I think we have obviously the ability to be smarter with such knowledge, right at our fingertips. I guess the bigger question is, are we wiser?
Well, we have access to that knowledge, but we don't really retain any because we believe that, if we need it, we can just find it. So when you're cut off from that source and you have to rely on what is really kept within your mind,
True.
Do you really know more than you used to? I think we're just externalizing our ability to think and, relying more on technology to pick up the slack. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. If we have the resource, you might as well exploit it. I'm just saying that that's the trend.
Well, I think if history says anything, human beings really haven't changed much, right? We have the capability of love, and we also have the capability of hate, and to kill.
Yeah.
We have the capability of giving, and we have the capability of being greedy. And all the technologies is just different ways of, they're tools. They're just tools, and it's how each of us and a society are going to use those tools for what purpose and what means.
Well, I had a discussion with someone on my Facebook that we were basically talking about how I mentioned that the baby boomers see younger generations as feeling that they're entitled and that society should just give them things, whereas I think that generation has the greatest feeling of entitlement. And we started talking, and I kind of gotten in this fear that as my generation gets older and the generation after me gets older, we'll probably just look at the young kids the same way, and that really nothing will have changed. And I think that was a really realistic revelation of things, is the more things change, the more they stay the same. It's very true in how the different generations view each other. Things are changing, but they're not changing from generation to generation all that rapidly. And a lot of the things that we will complain about will become ourselves as we get older.
Do you think war will ever end?
I don't think that humans actually have a problem with war. If we did, we would have made bigger strides to end it before now. So no, I don't really think that war will ever end until there are no more of us to wage war.
Have you heard about the Human Extinction Project?
No, I have not, but I don't think that they need a project. If it's to happen, we should just let it happen. If it's not to happen, then it won't happen.
The Human Extinction Project is this idea that we need to have humans voluntarily go extinct by just not reproducing for like a generation. Like nobody should just have kids, just choose not to have kids and just die naturally.
I think that there's more potential for good in humanity than for tragedy. So I wouldn't be in support of that.
I think they see it as like preservation of the environment.
I think that we could preserve the environment better being around than without us.
How so? Wouldn't our mere existence be in opposition to the environment?
Well, it just depends on our own actions. We have to become aware of those actions. There are definitely those who think that we're not hurting the environment, and I think they're the most harmful to it, because they'll ignore any evidence contrary. And then there are those who don't care, and those who are like, well, I only live to be 70-something years old, so as long as it doesn't fall apart before I'm dead. Those kind of mentality we have to put an end to. But as much as we can harm it, we can help it too.
How can we help it though? Because I think I'm just being ridiculous here. But let's say there was nobody, everyone just dropped it tomorrow. The environment will go back to an equilibrium state, whereas our like kind of the science sees it, us as like not part of the environment, as like a foreign species. Like just the philosophy. I'm not saying there's an objective, but seen as like a foreign invasive species, and like if we have a home, that's a not natural thing. Yeah, so doesn't like by definition, if you remove us from the equation, things will just go back to their equilibrium.
So you don't think that there is a glimmer of hope that we could be more forward-thinking and manipulate the environment in such a way that promotes its own preservation?
Isn't manipulating the environment not letting it do what? Isn't that by definition?
Well, I'm not saying it would allow it to be as it is without us. I mean, I think we could cause it good as well as harm by manipulating it. It just depends on what type of manipulations we're choosing to. I don't know what the proper way to phrase that is, but what we choose to do to the environment can be positive or negative.
It's kind of a weird question to begin with. I think a lot of people who see like human, let's say take like something like synthetic, like I don't know, PVC pipe or a computer or something like that. These things are not natural, but in a sense, like they are, because is a beaver dam natural? Is a bird's nest natural? They're things that were constructed by these animals, and a computer was constructed by us, and we're an animal. And so, kind of an odd question, because like, aren't what we're doing just another part of the environment, the same way that a beaver's, like I said, a beaver's dam or a nest or whatever, is just another part of the environment? And that's one way of looking at it. I think people who see that see it as like inherently distinct from the environment.
I always have a problem with words like artificial or unnatural being things that are human, because I agree that I agree with the idea. I don't know if you're throwing that idea out or if you support it, or if you're just using it hypothetically.
I don't have a particular view. I'm just questioning in general.
That we are part of nature, therefore it's not unnatural, it's not artificial, and I would agree with that kind of idea. And that's I've always had trouble with that. I have no problem with using a term like man-made.
From what? What? What was the term you used?
Oh, man-made is more exact to me. It's more precise language.
Is my audio too loud right now, by the way?
No, you're just a little softer, and I thought I might turn you up a little bit to.
Okay, let me do that myself too.
Well, I have a really bad connection where I live, and sometimes things just crackle and I miss words. So I apologize. And if I don't come through clear, then just let me know.
You guys are clear. I was just trying to get Farhan bolder.
I turned it up a little more. How does it sound now?
Sounds freaking fantastic.
Sounds good.
Anyways, but yeah, I mean, so I might have missed the last thing you said, but I guess my general thing is, when I was younger, like really young, like elementary school, I remember being introduced to this concept of invasive species, and I thought like, well, doesn't that mean like humans are just like, and we were being told that like, we're destroying the environment and stuff like that, and I thought like, well, aren't we just another species that's outside of our natural like place? Is it still too loud?
I don't mean to distract you, man.
No, you're good. I'll turn it up.
Not loud at all. You're a little soft, and I just want to bring you up.
I turned it up more. But yeah, it's an idea that I've had. Like, aren't we just an invasive species? Aren't we not just? We're just not in our natural environment. And I mean, I kind of it was an interesting thing for a kid to think about first off. But I've refined it a little more. And now I just think like we're just another expression of nature. I don't really have any clear thoughts. I'm not like this is what I think, and if you do disagree with me, let's have a debate. It's more like just that I don't know.
Yeah, well, particularly special amongst the other life forms on the planet. So it does it does make some sense to me that we give ourselves certain terms that separate us from the rest.
I think de-evolution would be a nice phrase for humans.
As in we're devolving?
Devolving. That we're evidence of devolution that we need repairing.
I think so? You think we're devolving? I don't think that's even possible. Like by evolution, that like any change is technically just
change is evolution.
Well,
So.
it kind of goes along with what you said earlier about when man enters the equation, there seems to be a great imbalance. I mean, yeah, beavers dam up a river, but life doesn't, it doesn't necessarily affect the process of life. I mean, we dump toxic waste into rivers and streams. We deliberately, nuclear testing, what we did at Hiroshima, for that matter, Chernobyl, we just have a tendency to bring far more destruction, massive deforestation for profit, not for survival. These things have a tendency to have a very cancerous effect upon life on the planet. So if we are, some people call us a virus. I would prefer to call us cancers. Because cancer comes from the host cells. There's nothing inherently wrong with the liver. However, a liver can become cancerous. And I think that's kind of where we're at, and I do think we need repairing, definitely.
And how do we get that repairing done? Generally, not specifically.
Well, I can't speak generally. I'm going to have to say keep to the law. We're going to have to learn to. We have to learn to keep the law, whether it's I want to say that we have to all become a certain religion. I don't mean it like that, but I do mean at least the behavior has to change. We have to find the value of life, so we will no longer murder. We have to willingly accept that the world is not ours necessarily. The individual at least has to realize the world is not his to do with as he pleases. So theft. We have to.
I heard a baby.
That's my 3-year-old. She saw me online and brought me my hat. So anyway, yeah, we have to change things. We have to.
That's too cute, man. Too cute.
Talking to God, sorry. I agree. I was gonna say just really quickly on the side, that chick I was talking to, she I was hanging out with her and her sister and her brother-in-law and her 2 nephews and nieces, or 1 nephew, 1 niece, and the nephew, because he's 3, and he's like really crazy, I decided to bother him, and so I was walking around and there was a we were going to like this park kind of thing, and there was a dinosaur that like dinosaur bones that were like really like a recreation of like a T-Rex, and I was like, hey, do you want to go play with the dinosaur? Do you know that they eat little kids? He got scared and started holding his mom. I don't know why I do these things. I don't know. It's just to bother him. If it was like a lot less of a formal gathering, I probably would have like picked him up and taken him there. I'm a jerk.
You sound like fun.
Oh yeah, I mean that's like one of those things that like kids like when they're older. They talk about it when they're older, but at the time it's like terrifying. That's the kind of stuff my dad used to do. He used to, like when my younger brother was really little, he was scared of aliens and UFOs, and so my father would be like, okay, fine, let me sing you a bed. He was like crying and he was just really like scared. My mom was trying to calm him down, being like, nothing's gonna happen, you're fine. And so he says, okay, let me sing you a bedtime story. A B C D E F G H I J K U F O. He started screaming. He was like, stop! It's so funny. Even now it was funny.
That is so mean.
It is mean. It really is mean, yeah. Then my mom would have to spend time with us until we were sleeping. Oh man, we're such jerks.
Hey Eric, how you doing?
I'm good. How's everyone else doing?
Swell.
Not bad. I think I found a trick to relieve my headache. Oh God.
Hanging out of your brain, dude.
You know what? LSD works. In all seriousness.
I haven't done acid since that Who concert. I'll never forget that one.
Well, it's for certain types of headaches. LSD actually does work for cluster, what you would call it, headaches.
40%.
So Essence of Thought did a really great video with a guy that just went on this anti-gay rant, and Essence of Thought does a great job really just taking apart videos and trying to inject his thoughts and his reasoning into them, and it's really impressive sometimes.
Good night, James. Thanks for dropping by.
Yeah, no, but I got to go up. My radio station's off the air, so I got to go do my thing. Y'all have a good night.
Good night.
You too, buddy.
Take care.
Shabbat shalom.
So, Eric, I was asking earlier.
Yeah, he did a great job.
Oh, Essence of Thought, you said?
Yeah, yeah. I find it so telling when somebody goes on a rant about something, and when they use like labels to dismiss the validity of a person, like, you know, like with homosexuality, calling them a faggot or a woman a dyke, and using it in a way that's so toxic, and while they're getting so frustrated with themselves. Like when people are arguing both sides of an argument to themselves, and it perseverates into like this just insane rant. It's just crazy. I mean, I feel bad for the guy that did the video originally, and it deserved to be taken apart. It really did. He never made a point. He was arguing that when somebody says that homosexuality is a choice, and somebody responds by saying, well, when did you choose to be straight, that's not a good argument in support of homosexuality being a trait that is part of a person's orientation. Does it make sense?
Yes.
I don't think I understand that.
But the guy never was able to say why it's a bad argument, though. Farhan, what is it that you don't understand?
Can you just repeat it one more time?
Yeah, there's times where somebody that is essentially in opposition of a person having equal rights based on their sexual orientation, they often say that the person has chosen to be gay. And I think it's a very valid point to respond with, to say, when did you choose your orientation? And this guy was really aggravated by that response from something previous, and when he argued it, he couldn't explain what is wrong with the response.
I see.
He kept getting more angry as he went on, and he ended up really just destroying his whole point. Essence of Thought does very good editorials on videos like that. I recommend watching it, actually. It's interesting.
You got a link? Maybe I'll check it out later.
It's in my feed. I can get the link. Hold on. Let's see if I can figure out how to do this. Let's see. Here, can I copy? I got it. Here you go. You ready? Hold on. I think I can do this.
So how do you guys think, actually after you, well, I think our population is diminishing very rapidly.
I'm sorry, what were you saying? I apologize.
After you're done.
You think the
Oh, I'm
population
done.
is diminishing? You said?
In this room.
Oh, oh yeah.
No, that's obviously not.
Well, now,
What, we're at like 7 billion now?
now that but you know what? The good point is now that I'm here, it cannot diminish any further. Right, hold on.
So have you guys ever been
Did you guys
to
get that?
Yes, I did.
Disneyland?
Have you guys ever been to Nadia's
I was
hangout?
guessing.
Nadia Chambers? I don't know how to pronounce her middle name. Is
Yeah,
that,
quite a few.
how do you guys think they compare to like these types of rooms?
Hold on here.
It all
What do
depends
you
on
mean?
the time
What
of
do
day
you?
you get in there and who's in there.
I really like Nadia a lot, but I don't enjoy her hangouts.
Why is that?
I just never find myself very connected with what's going on. But I like Nadia a lot. I think Nadia's really cool. I can't seem to get this to. Oh, I know why. I'm really not the brightest star in the heavens. Let's see. Did it work? Can you see it in the? Can you see that, you guys? The link?
Let me check.
No,
No.
I don't see it. No link.
Well, I'm using the mobile app, so I don't know where it shows up.
Hey, are you from the northeast?
No, but I used to live there.
Can I ask what state you were born or raised or grew up or whatever?
Well, there's a variety. That's probably if you hear bits and pieces of accents.
Yeah, I
That's
do.
probably why. Yeah.
I heard
Yeah.
accent,
And
which is
and I'm tired, so.
tired.
I
Yeah,
was
so
born and raised in Northeast New York City.
New York
I would
has its
never
own
guess.
accent though. When I was in
Yeah, it
Minnesota
does.
recently, I heard a Minnesotan accent that sounded very distinctly Minnesotan. Like the cod, the
Don't you
shadow.
know? Well, I'm in Chicago now, so
Close enough.
yeah. I'm from Detroit, but I went to school in Boston, and I've actually lived overseas.
Where'd you live overseas?
So, Israel,
Oh, no way. Where in Israel?
Haifa, Jerusalem, both.
Oh, by the way, Eric, I
On and
got
off.
the. Oh, yeah, you dropped the link. It was in the outside chat. I got it.
Yeah.
Do you speak Hebrew?
I do not well, and I haven't been there for 30 years.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, I mean, I spoke better Hebrew when I was a child in Hebrew school. I can read it, but I mean, my translation now it takes work.
Mm. So it's really funny.
I
I
can
was.
speak. I used. Go
What?
ahead. I'm
No,
sorry.
you first. Go ahead.
No, you first. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I was driving or flying to California, and it just so happened that the girl I was next to was a how would I describe her? Like she was a lesbian Israeli. Well, she wasn't Israeli, but she lived in Israel for some time. Dating a Pakistani girl, and like I was sitting right next to her, and I was like completely the opposite of that. But I had like a really great conversation with her. Actually, we exchanged emails. So like the
Oh,
entire
that's cool.
that was like
That's cool.
actually not even jokingly the most interesting like to borrow Fight Club single surfing friend I've ever had on a plane. Like I actually really enjoyed that conversation. It's not even that far from where I live. We talked about like everything, language, like cultures, religions.
Are you Pakistani?
Yeah, my family's Pakistani. I guess I am. I don't know what I consider myself, but yeah.
You're an individual of Pakistani descent.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. But we had like the most interesting conversation ever, like about everything, about like her life, about like what's Israel like,
It's a
I don't know.
mess.
In what respect?
Um,
Can you vote in these Israeli elections, by the way?
No, I don't. I did. I have dual citizenship.
So you are, who would you vote for,
Yeah,
Herzog or Netanyahu?
Oh, I would never vote for Netanyahu. Never, ever, ever. And I don't think Chaim Herzog is. I don't like their politics. I don't think that anybody is really interested in progress. I think they feel. Well, I have problems. I mean, I don't know enough about it today. But I mean, from when I was there and from everything that I've just read and tried to keep up with, I just don't see them as being. I see the people being open to progress, but not to politics.
Mm.
And I think you have to get outside of Jerusalem to find people that are really, and outside of the settlements in the West Bank, to find people that are really open to just stopping the fighting with the Palestinians and figuring out a solution. I don't think the solution with the politicians seems misdirected away from any kind of change. I think that they see any kind of compromise as weakness, and I don't know how you can. I just don't see how that's humane.
You think it's affecting the average
That's
person?
why I left.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. You left.
What do you mean affect? That's an interesting word.
No. I'm saying, is that why you left? I was saying, I thought that's what you said.
Why I left is because I wasn't gonna fight. I wasn't. They have conscription.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. You're breaking up a lot. If maybe it's me, I don't know. Hello?
There was absolutely no way.
You're breaking up, Eric. Really bad. We do not understand a word you're saying.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask him, how is it messed up? Yeah, I'm curious, because it seems like there are problems for the average person there. And I'm not talking the settlement people. I'm not talking like those in the big cities. I'm talking just like the average person. There seems like there's a lot of problems actually in that country. I wanted to hear it from somebody who might have lived that life and lived there, especially since you lived in Jaffa or Jaffa or in where else did he say? Did he say Jerusalem?
Looks like he's refreshing, probably.
Okay.
Hey, Sid, how you doing?
Hi, everybody. Hi, Brojo. Hi, I mean, I'm doing good. Cherry blossoms are in season.
You in Canada? Ask an atheist.
I am in Canada.
All right. See, I gotta put up my Palestinian flag now.
All right.
I don't want to right now.
All right. No, that's fine because I have I have a Israel Palestine. You know, one of the same pins with the Israeli flag on one side and the Palestinian flag on the other.
Okay. I was gonna say, have you lived in Israel?
I lived in Israel for 3 full years. Yes.
Where did you live, if you don't mind me asking?
Okay. This is what happened. I was supposed to go to. I went to Israel on the understanding that I was going to land land there. I have family there, so I was going to spend a couple of days with my family, and then I was going to go down to Beersheba University, okay. and do some kind of a preparatory course. But anyway, I got there, and they said, no, you're not going to Beersheba anymore. You're now going to go to Jerusalem. You're going to go to the University of Jerusalem, and you're going to do the same thing there. So I went up to Jerusalem, and they had an apartment for all the foreign students, in French Hill, if you know where that is, in Jerusalem. And so all the foreign students stayed in this one apartment block. And it was at the time when Argentina was killing, all the leftists, and Chile was killing all the leftists, and it was an Argentina. It was just horrible. There was a lot of refugees, Jewish refugees from those countries.
Was this during the Falkland Wars?
No, this was back in the late 70s.
When was the Falkland conflict? 1980 something?
80 something, 82 or whatever, or 80X. I have no idea.
There we go. Got it up.
All right.
But continue. Sorry.
That's a nice flag. It looks like it's well worn.
Yeah, it's a computer thing.
Oh.
Hey Sid, by the way, Sid, how you doing, man?
I'm good.
Sid,
Eric.
By the way, Farhan, Sid and I will have different opinions on this. I think.
On what?
I was asking, how was Israel? That's what I wanted to ask. Like, how was it?
Okay. Well, take into account that I lived there in the late 70s. Okay, and I was living there. I was living there when Sadat came. So I was part of that whole of the audience and everything. The whole piece.
It was like a very nice time to live there. Like a very prosperous for the country.
No, when I got there, it was actually not very prosperous at all. I mean, it was only 4 years after they'd gotten their asses kicked by Egypt and Syria and Jordan or whoever.
Israel destroyed those countries. They conquered them big time.
That was in 67, not in 73. In 73, they got their asses kicked.
I don't even remember all these wars. I get them.
Anyway, in 73, they got their asses. This is the Yom Kippur War. You know that.
Honestly, I don't remember. I used to know all this stuff. I haven't really looked into it in a long time.
Yeah. So it's basically in 73 they got their asses kicked and their economy was in the shits. So that's when I got them.
How is it nowadays? Is it like a good place to live and like? I know that the price of housing is a big deal, and I know that's.
I don't know if I would want to live. I would live there if I sort of was getting some kind of a pension from another country, from North America, like a decent one. But I definitely wouldn't want to live there and have to, fight for my survival like everybody else does. That's the worst thing. When I got there, and I was sort of still being sponsored for the first sort of 10 months. I got there in February, and I stayed in Jerusalem until the end of the year, until the end of December, when I moved out of Jerusalem to Tel Aviv, which is the big city.
Right.
And how to get a job and how to, fight like everybody else to make ends meet.
As in, like, when you say fight, do you mean like physically, or do you mean like in terms of like just your survival, like economically?
Yeah, it's like you don't enjoy your life because everybody's trying to stab you in the back, and everybody hates everybody else, and it's just a full on. There's just a hate-a-thon on when you get inside the fabric of the communities.
I don't think I understand what you mean by that. I have not experienced that.
Have you lived in Israel?
I've not, no.
Okay, well then, then obviously you haven't experienced it, right?
Yeah. I guess I don't even really understand what you mean. Like, is it like...
Well, okay. There's a lot of factions. Okay, I'll tell you what. To add to my experience, I spent the university. I guess as part of the sociology program, they organized a weekend stay or an overnight stay in an Arab village in Israel, sponsored by some of the families who live in the village. So I stayed with one, and I was talking to the son of the family that I was staying with, and these were just as Israeli, as much Israelis as anybody else who was born there. And all he was doing was complaining to me about the bombs and the war in 1973. This is 4 years later, and he was just ragging on Israel. He just hated Israel, even though it was his country. So that was the image I got from the village where I stayed about the Arab, the Israeli Arab attitude towards the country. Also, when I was at the university, there were some Israeli Arabs there as well, and I used to play soccer with them. So we'd spend time together and chat and talk and stuff like that. And I didn't really know much about the politics. All I knew was like I was indoctrinated as a Zionist. So when I was there, even though I wasn't religious, I was still Zionist all the way. Still am, actually. But when I was talking to my Israeli Arab friends, when it got into politics, it just got ugly. They turned into they turned into the evil Hulk. So we never just spoke about it.
Palestinians, or do you mean or Israelis?
Israelis, no, Israeli Arabs.
Okay, Israel. Okay, 1947. What do they call them? 1948 Palestinians.
No. 1977 when I was there.
No. I'm saying that's what they call themselves, 1948 Palestinians. But no, so the guy.
They called themselves Palestinians in 1967.
I mean, I've heard different terms, but anyways, what you're saying is that you're saying it got ugly with them. I see. Okay, I thought you meant in the country.
No. Just with this particular, I mean, they were Israelis, with the same rights as everybody, and they had every right to complain against the country, whatever they want to do. You know what I mean? Let them do that, not a problem. But at a certain point, I felt a little uncomfortable, and I felt a little bit. I felt a little bit afraid for my safety, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, at some points, especially not so much with these guys, but they'd have friends visit them from the village or from the village that they live in, and we'd have these discussions, and I'd talk about history as I knew it, and then their friends would get really upset. I know what it's like to be looked at by an Arab who wants to kill me. I've actually looked into those eyes. So.
Where are you from? Are you Canadian originally?
No. I went to Israel from South Africa.
Oh, you're South African? No way.
Right.
It's hard to get a clear to explain a clear image of what goes on in a place like Israel. It changes in some ways very rapidly, and in other ways it doesn't change hardly at all. And
yeah, for some people, I'm sorry, Eric, but for some people, just 1 second. For some people, there's only one experience. For me, for some reason, I had all these different perspectives and insights. I'm sorry, Eric. Sorry for this.
Well, what I was going to say is, I'm from the Detroit area. I grew up in a Jewish family, fairly Zionistic. What I grew up with is not my impression of what that is. My impression now is that what I was taught is not, back as a child, was a lot of propaganda, and I think that to a degree that from Americans, Jewish Americans, that were suburban Jews that were conservative, etc. I think a lot of them were brought up with a lot of the same stories and perceptions, and for me, what I saw when I was there and ever since has made me question a lot of that. And the people that I grew up with, that I've lost contact to a degree, but I can still see the stuff they say on Facebook about Israel, and it's the same thing that I grew up with.
Like what kind of stuff?
Well, it's very one-sided. I mean,
Exodus mentality. We're under attack.
Well, it's very one-sided, is what I'll say, without going into detail. And things that I just really question as an adult. And when if I was a person on the other side, and I heard people talking as if they were knowledgeable of events from the perspective that I grew up from, I would probably be very angry if I was them as well, because it's painting a people as being not human almost, and that's just that's what I was talking about earlier when I used the word inhumane, and not, it's a lot of it's. I think a lot of the politics have dehumanized both sides of the conflict, and I think the people probably see it differently that live there. Hopefully, I don't know directly, but I think just like in the United States, where we have this heated rhetoric that really is based on hyperbole and not on what people experience themselves, but what they're told occurs. I think that happens in Israel too, and probably in a lot of places in the world.
Would you say, for example, I think you were talking about gay marriage, or rather gay preferences, sexual preferences,
Right.
like some of the things about like how people are taught that like it's a choice. They're basically taught about them as opposed to learning on their own and asking, hey, is it really a choice from your perspective? Do you mean like that?
Well, even more than that. I mean, I hear people online talking about how gay people are pedophiles. It's that kind of elevated judgment and I want to say manipulation, but it's not really, maybe manipulation. But it's almost like promoting the worst case scenario as if it were common and reasonable to assert that, and that's just it's that kind of demonizing or polarizing that I think maintains the status quo. And I think that's why societies a lot of times don't progress when they have opportunities to.
You know what a lot of the Palestinian supporters they call Israel nowadays? They call it JSIL, which stands.
Go ahead.
They call it JSIL, which stands for Jewish State of Israel and the Levant.
I gotta tell you, if I was Palestinian, I would be enraged. If I was a Palestinian kid, I would be enraged, and I would probably not know where to direct my rage, because again, I think it's the politics on both sides.
I'll tell you one thing about that, Eric, that I've learned as a Muslim, and it's something that's I've been extremely liberating for me. Is there's a prophetic tradition in our faith that says, stand with I think it's in Jewish tradition as well. Stand with justice, even if it's against your own self. And it's not the exact words, but that's the gist of the meaning. And I know with myself, like growing up, like I was very like, you have certain views that you're just for, and I've actually come to question some of them, and I'm like some of them, I've even had to say like, no, I think in this particular case, like our people, quote unquote, are wrong. And it's something that like it's when I realized that, when I realized I could say that, it was very liberating.
I almost wish that people didn't say our people or my people. We're all the same fucking people. It's like, why even? It's like when somebody says I love Israel or I hate Israel. It's a fucking piece of geography. We as humans, we attach this meaning to it that becomes a nationalism that becomes an us versus them. I don't want to be part of that.
I hate us versus them. I hate identity politics. That actually really I find very disturbing. That, I mean, I don't think it's going to go anytime soon. I think it's just a part of humanity, but just us versus them. Like, I don't look at right versus wrong. I look at us versus them, and that I do find very disgusting. I have some of it too. I'm not going to lie. I have some of it too.
Oh, I do. I definitely do. We all do. We're bombarded with it. But it's good that you challenge that and that you question it. I do a lot of reading of Marshall Rosenberg, who he just passed away, but he started the Center for Nonviolent Communication, and his like approach to life was that we need to interact in originating from a place of compassion, and in doing that, it creates positive opportunities for everybody. When I started reading that, it helped me to challenge myself, I think, without beating myself up.
What is this
And
person's name again? Marshall something? Rosenberg?
yeah, exactly. And he's written a bunch of books, and there's it's a whole dialectical program called Nonviolent Communication. There's a website. It's CNV like Victor C Center for Nonviolent Communication.org. And he passed away like 2 weeks ago.
Hmm.
But he did amazing work, and his books are great, and I think it's a way of bringing people together, and instead of identifying your differences, approaching people from how you can help them and how they can help you.
What if what they're saying is harmful to you, and it truly is, like, it's not just like identity politics, like it actually is harmful to you?
Well, I mean, it's, there's, you're in the United States, correct?
Yeah, I live in D.C.
Okay, well, good. So there was a guy. Who was the guy this week that was in the news that said something about don't buy Obamacare because, and he said something that was just, I forgot the example. I mean, the rhetoric, the death panels, don't get health care because they're gonna kill you. I mean, that's essentially what the death panels were. That people are gonna have a choice to let you die. Based
I
on,
think Obamacare was a
like,
terrible idea. Not even because, like, I'm sorry, first of all, I interrupted you.
Go ahead.
Not even because, like, I'm saying, like, I'm against healthcare. I'm saying, like, it was just, like, basically all it is just a mandate to buy it. That's all that it is. It's not even like a good, even like the government's giving you healthcare now. It's like they're forcing you to buy it. That's all that it is.
Well, what I
That's what I
like,
think.
I like the idea that there's exchanges that have regulation that are forcing the insurance companies to provide
Right.
better policies, comprehensive policies.
That I can agree
I'm
with you.
I'm a cancer survivor, and
Nice.
I could not get health care for
Wow.
years, and I finally can. And it's a big program that is going to be good for some people and not good for others. And I think it's a step in the right direction. I don't think it's the solution.
What kind of cancer was it?
Hodgkin's,
I'm not familiar with that.
it's lymphatic. It was totally treatable.
Okay.
But a whole industry sort of discriminates against people based on an illness that they had. To me, that's not very civil.
So back to what I was saying earlier. I agree with you, by the way, on that. I'm sorry if I'm scatterbrained. I've been accused of that more than once. What I was saying was that is it pronounced Herzog? I thought it was Herzog.
Herzog or
Okay, so
Herzog. It's a chet. It's a
okay.
yeah.
So my understanding was that, like, he was more of like the left-wing type person, and then
He is.
Netanyahu was more of like the like neocon type person. Like that's what he'd be considered in the American equivalent.
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
So why be against one or the other, or why do you support?
Because a label doesn't. First of all, their politics and their labels are more complicated than here. Yeah. Well, I'm more familiar with what's here. What's really interesting is in the left wing has a I'm the one who's scatterbrained, not you, Farhan. They have a reputation, actually, of being the ones that start wars. Even though Netanyahu's done that, it's been, a lot of times it's happened under liberal leadership.
Was Sharon like labor, or was he?
Oh, well, Sharon was kind of in between. He started his own party, actually. But you have to understand, they're all former soldiers. It's different. It's just different.
There's no perspective in the government.
I don't know. I don't want to give you the wrong impression. I don't know. I just think that when you're in so many conflagrations and when the rhetoric back and forth with your neighbors is so aggressive that you're always on the edge of having to either respond one way or another. Respond. You know,
ask an atheist.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Even if it is a mild provocation, there's a response, and then there's another response, and then there's another response to the response to the response to the response,
Yep.
and before you know it, it's out of control.
Yep, that sounds about right.
It's
ask an
I'm
atheist.
no expert.
Who do you support in the upcoming election? Netanyahu or Herzog, I guess. I didn't know it was the Cha.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I'm saying ask an atheist.
Oh, me? You know what? I have no idea I have no idea about the upcoming election. I haven't really been following it at all.
Oh, it's a pretty. I mean,
Israeli politics is so fucked. What's the point?
They're coalitions. They're not. It's not like a two-party system.
Right. The parliamentary system.
I
Yeah,
know,
so-
but it's not that so much. It's the fact that they have to have this particular percentage of religious of Orthodox religious Jews in Parliament. I think that sucks. I hate that. They should get rid of that. They should make it much more secular. That,
I
you
think
know,
by law
that-
they have to have a certain number of religious Orthodox Jews in the parliament.
Yeah, there's some kind of not so in the Knesset, they have to have a certain amount of seats for some ridiculous religious fucking reason. You know, that has to go as far as I'm concerned.
Quickly, just want to welcome
mean-
Roy and Scott officially, and and Art's in the room too. Hi guys, hope everything's well.
I didn't know that they had to have a specific number. That's kind of interesting, kind of weird actually.
Yeah, it is. I hate that.
Hey Sid, before you left earlier, I was asking a question earlier. If you had a day to spend with anybody in history, dead or alive, past, present, who would it be?
Oh, just one day?
Just a day. You get to spend a day with them.
Well, I'd go with Winston Churchill.
Why him?
Well, we could have a certainly I could have a hell of a long listen, number one, and ask a lot of questions, while having a glass of whiskey available at all times, which appeals to me.
And a cigar.
And a cigar. Well, I'm not so much into cigars, but if he doesn't mind the bong, I'm good.
Have a bong with Churchill. There you go.
A bong, having a bong and a whiskey with Churchill.
How about you, Scott? Oh, Scott said Helen and Troy.
What was the question, bro? I missed it.
Oh, if you had a day to spend with anybody in history, that could be current history, dead or alive, who would it be?
Right on.
Well, I would choose Jesus, just to prove that he doesn't exist.
Helen of Troy.
So if you picked Jesus and you just stayed there, and you didn't actually go back in time.
Yeah. You see, guys, it didn't happen. Jesus doesn't exist.
Well, yeah, but if you pick Jesus, you probably won't find anyone.
Exactly.
What do you mean by that? Do you mean like in the sense that he doesn't exist, or do you mean in the sense?
Yeah.
I don't actually believe that he doesn't exist, of course, but
Leave it to Art to stir things up.
And why?
No, I'm stirring things up.
yes,
Seriously, Art, who would you want to spend a day with, Art?
Oh well, seriously, there's so many choices. I would go maybe with Alexander the Great, because I'm kind of into military and strategy.
He died like he was 34 or something when he died.
Yeah, but I would not do any homo stuff with him. No, I'm sorry.
You'd have to.
Yeah, I know. According to the movies, right?
No, and according to custom at the time, you have to, when in Rome.
Well, okay, I will let him kiss me, okay, and that's it.
Well, maybe
Maybe
he
take
could
me
spend
to
a
the-
day with him, but it doesn't necessarily, it could be anywhere in the world. Maybe he could spend a day with Alexander the Great in Hawaii or something.
Yeah, actually, I would have probably chosen a female if I was given more time to think about it.
Actually, no, I changed my mind. I would want to be with Brett Keane.
I'd actually, I would choose Ayn Rand. I'd like to listen to her for a while, talk to her.
I'd like to beat her up really badly.
I was thinking of like Frank Zappa.
And Ryan, oh my God.
Why did Frank Zappa? All you gotta do is listen to his records, and you're having a conversation with him right there.
Because I think he was just amazingly intelligent and
And interesting. Yeah.
Thoughtful and really just right spot on. His views were very well developed and I think he would be really interesting. But
I'd want to talk to Moon Unit.
Yeah, Moonbeam or Dweezil.
Moon Unit Zappa.
Or Moon Unit, yeah.
No, he named his daughter Moon Unit Zappa.
Yeah,
So I'd like to talk to her now and see what she, what it was like growing up as Frank Zappa's kid.
Yeah, there's a bunch of YouTube videos. Her and Dweezil Zappa, one of their sons, used to have they had a game show not too long ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
She sang on Valley Girl. That was her.
Yeah.
You see, Bro Joe, why can Brett Keane have these interesting questions? I mean, this is so refreshing, really.
I'll give Brett
to hear.
How
How about you, Roy? Who would you want to spend the day with? Anyone in history?
Either Peter or Anne Margaret.
Peter or who?
Anne Margaret, dude, you're aging yourself, man.
I'm dating myself.
And Margaret, like for sex?
Anne Margaret.
Just to mix it up.
I wasn't guaranteeing you were going to get lucky. You just spend the day with
I was just wondering. I didn't realize that Anne Margaret was such a deep religious Christian.
You know what? I think it would be Thomas Jefferson, actually.
It wouldn't be Sid because he gets to spend eternity with all the Christians. So why would he pick a historical one to do it?
I don't know. Honestly, if this is one of those things where anybody for a day, like, can I pick the time frame too?
Yeah, anyone in history, dead or alive, past, present, whatever.
Robin Williams in the height of his coke days.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
That's a good answer.
You get to
I
laugh.
tell you who, if I were really honest with you, I'm sure you'd all have the same answer. I shouldn't say if I was really honest with you. I'm sure if we were all honest with ourselves, we'd all say something like, "I'd like to spend the day with my great grandson or something like that."
No, in the future, right?
Yeah.
See,
Robin Williams in the middle of his coke days would still beat that.
Well, you got me thinking there, Sokka, because I think I want to meet the creator of MDMA or like Molly, ecstasy or something. Maybe a week or two after they've tested it on everybody.
How about Albert Hoffman?
I spend the day a day with Adam, and it would have to be the day before he ate the apple, and I just hit it out of his hand.
How about Albert Hoffman, the guy that first synthesized LSD?
Oh, yeah.
He did it on accident, though. He wasn't trying to create a drug.
Right.
Yeah, but if you got the guy making it there, that's why I was saying you got a definite supply that day with the creator of it.
He didn't even actually consume it on
So
purpose.
yeah, so my historical thing is about going for the experience, not the person.
There is. Did you guys ever go watch College Humor? Like any
Oh,
videos
yeah.
there?
I love the Google thing. Ask Google.
Yeah. There's a funny one that they did the other day, and it was like, what it would be like to really time travel to the '90s. And there's like some guy sitting inside a room. He's just like, "Oh man, I wish I could go back to the '90s." And some like '90s time traveling, whatever guy kind of jumps out of a portal and sends him back, and everything goes back to like 1990s type stuff around there. He's like, "Oh great, this is gonna be so awesome." He's like, "Yeah, now you have to stop 9/11." Wait, what? Like, what are the moral
Obligations.
Obligations. Sorry, I brain fart there. What are the moral obligations of actually having to go back and talk to these people? Like, yeah, it'd be kind of fun, but like you brought it up with the the slap the apple out of Adam's hand type thing. Like, would if you had to make a moral obligation in the past, to change something, does that change what your answer is?
Would you kill Adolf Hitler as a child?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I would.
No, I wouldn't. There's a problem with that. I mean, people kind of jump onto this, but the butterfly effect, basically. We have no fucking clue.
Yeah, but the likelihood of a lesser devastating outcome is so much greater than something worse happening.
I don't know. It's kind of debatable. I mean, there's a lot of things that happen there, right? There's a lot of inventions that came out of war. That specifically.
Yeah, I get you.
Born.
It's a hard argument. It's a hard argument for a lot of people to have, Art. But I think it's a good. I think it's if you can get somebody that's willing to challenge themselves, then I think you're bring up a really good point. I would be, if it wasn't for World War I would not be alive today. My chemotherapy is the result of using mustard gas.
But like you can't. I mean, I can respect that, but you can't really think that way because you could say that about a war that never happened right now, that could have happened, that could have killed like.
Yeah.
That's
You're
a good
right.
point too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want that war to occur, whatever that war happened to be. And actually, they say like technology is driven by war, not they. I mean, that's a fact.
Yeah, I mean, what happens if you had full omniscience to know that the results of the actions that you do, and knowing that, let's say, the amount of technology that we have, or that the possibility of actually ending up with something in a better scenario, like a more peaceful future, starts with you pushing the button to start World War III in the middle of the Cold War. Would you do that then?
That's yeah. And you know what? You're right though about technology being the product of war or military or the potential of war. Look at the ARPANET was the internet, as an example. I mean, so many advances. And tell me that there would be iPhones if there was no Star Trek. I mean, come on. Come on.
This is a really tough one.
If you were to stop something like World War II from happening, then every single one of us would not have been born.
Probably.
I would have been in India.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
And there would be no Pakistan.
Right, I guess it's the kind of, I would, go this route, right? We know for absolute fact, that if Hitler is alive, that humanity still exists, we have made progress, we're doing things, to better ourselves, to an extent. But if Hitler wasn't here, we have no idea. We have no good, concrete calculation to know what would have happened, right? So it's better to go on the default. Right, we're more or less fine right now.
Referring to Hitler specifically, a few years ago I read something, and I have no idea if this is actually true or not. I haven't researched it. It might be totally false. But it said that the person who was, if Hitler didn't exist, the person who likely would have ended up the head of the Nazi Party was actually more extreme than Hitler was.
Who knows, though?
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point, because I mean, it's not just Hitler himself, right? That was the ultimate cause of the Second World War. The Second World War was kind of unavoidable to many, because the whole, what is it, the
Treaty of Versailles.
Yeah, exactly. Which kind of made Germany really pissed off.
Yeah.
Justifiably so.
Guys, I gotta go to sleep. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Except for Sid. yeah, but yeah.
Thanks for dropping by, Eric. You have a great night,
and
man.
Farhan, you're a gentleman, man. I enjoyed speaking with you. I really did. I hope you have a good night.
Thank you. Same to you.
Yeah, and thanks a lot, Brojo. I appreciate it.
Not a problem, man.
All right.
Take care, Eric. Take care.
All right, you guys have a good night. Nice to see you, Art.
Oh, you too. You too. Take care.
Yeah. Now I can't seem to get this to. Oh boy. All right, guys, hold on.
Oh, this is awkward now.
Yeah, no. Well, I can't. I'm having trouble with my iPad here.
We already said our goodbyes, and he's still.
I know.
Yeah.
Awkward.
You want me to kick you?
Just kick. Hey, Saka, your GIF really makes me dizzy. Like, seriously. I know it's kind of funny, right? I know you're referencing something there, but please stop it soon.
Oh.
First time I saw it, I had to get used to it. It was getting me dizzy. It was making my right eye pain.
Well, it's not, extreme dizzy, but, please don't. Like in the future sometime.
All right, I'll put the camera on.
Okay, there we go. I knew that's how you look, totally. Oh, I think I saw you in the other hangout.
Where are you right now?
In a library, I think.
Library.
What time does it close?
Brenda Count.
No, I have no idea. It's a school library of some sort.
Why get on this side on a school library? I feel like this would be like a private kind of thing.
You think that, but
Oh, by the way, guys, I don't know, Art and Soccer, I don't know if you got my messages earlier, and I know, Art, you mentioned it, because that room got a little nuts earlier there with Mr. BK there. All you guys had to do was boat him off the island,
Yeah, we suggested that a few times, but no one, half of the room was AFK, so it was hard. And the other half he had blocked already.
yeah, I mean, it got to the point where it was Brett Keane and McKay for a while. Then Skylar Fishing came in and Chris Mowdy, and then he ended up blocking Chris Mowdy, and then it got pulled off air once Nadia woke up because shit was going down. And then they started. So he goes into a room and he blocks like 5-6 people, whatever. And then she starts up a new hangout, and she gives him fucking mod rights.
What the fuck? Wait, she gave you mod rights? Wait, he kicked you?
He booted me from the room 3 times.
Was it him? Okay, I was AFK in both cases.
Yeah,
I was like,
he booted me on not sock accounts, and then I came back on sock accounts, and then he booted them, and then I jumped back in on Asian sock account.
Wait, bullshit. Nadia gave him mod rights? Okay,
Yeah.
that changes everything. No way am I fucking going back there.
Nadia gave who mod rights?
Brett Keane. She gave Brett Keane mod rights in her room.
We were talking about Nadia's hangout yesterday, I think, with someone. Oh, I was, and we were talking about those who are regular in her hangouts, and Art Norris's name came up.
Okay.
Why does everyone hate Brett Keaton? I don't quite understand it.
Oh, dude,
Keaton's a
just
super
search
cunt.
on YouTube. There's tons of documentation. He's a lying,
Exactly.
lying, hypocritical sack of shit.
He's evil. He's evil. He's so evil. He could probably be Pope.
What?
Yes.
Don't think that quite follows, but okay.
Yes, people. That's that evil is Brett Keane.
So, Art, you're not going to go into Nadia's hangout? You're like a mainstay there.
Yeah, I know, but I told her before, if Brett Keane gets mod rights in her hangouts, I'm not going in there.
So
I will
why
go
don't
there,
you
and
come
I'm
to
gonna tell
our?
her that exactly, but and I'm pretty sure other people back me up because Brett Keane is famous for kicking people for no fucking reason.
You've done that to me. That's why I never go into his hangouts.
Yeah, you've done it to me plenty of times, and ironically, Nadia has stopped giving me the mod rights, but she gave him.
Well, you know why? I did see Brett Keane do a promotion video for Nadia on YouTube. I don't know if you saw it, but it was one of those pleads. You know, Nadia's a nice person. This is all Brett Keane, right? Nadia is such a nice person, and she's having a little problem. So you know, help her out. She has a Patreon account. You know, just do what you can. You know, she's an atheist and I'm a Christian. I just, you know, it's not about that. I want to help her. And basically, he was panhandling for her.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't
she's
think
up,
Nadia
she's
is.
up to over 180 a month now on Patreon.
No, I mean,
Is she really?
Did you know that?
that's fine. I mean, she provides a service, whatever. But you know, I don't jump into Nadia's hangouts too often, and you know, I went in there, and fuck, I don't even know why. It just became it became an exercise for
It
me.
became a habit, right?
No, just today. It was because I was bound and determined to answer every single one of Brett Keene's stupid questions.
Like, give me a nutshell. Like, what do people dislike about him? Like, I don't.
He
Okay,
lies, he evades questions, he asks stupid loaded questions. When you refute him, he makes fun of you, doesn't acknowledge it. There's just tons. There's just a list of stupid shit.
I'm trying to remember.
Patrick,
Like, for example, in the hangout that we were doing there, he asks these questions that are so loaded with sophistry. Or the questions themselves are just fallacious. That and you try to point this out to him, and you know why it's why it's a bad question, or I answer it or whatever, and then he ignores it, or he dismisses it, or whatever, and then he just moves on to the next one without acknowledging it.
Right. He asked me. Actually, I'm going to ask you, Patrick. Patrick.
Patrick's not here.
Yeah, what Patrick?
Was Patrick here? He left?
Patrick was never here. You talking about Festa?
Yeah.
Oh, he wasn't here. No,
No, that's Brother John. He sounds just like him.
Oh, please.
Oh.
It kind of does sound.
Oh, me bad. Oh, I gotta change my voice now.
Okay, Brother John, you are.
Do Keefies.
The thing that I really don't like about Brett Keane is that he never corrects himself. Like, in his set of questions that he's always asking, he gets the same objections as to why they're not good questions as to why they're improperly worded every single time they get asked, but he never adjusts them in the future.
Yeah, he also generalizes a lot. You'll find a flaw with some atheists, and he's like, "Oh, look, this is what atheists are doing. This is why atheists are such sacks of shit. Atheists, are this and that, and there's a list. It's hard to even."
Yeah, I can't stand the broad brushing of any group like that.
Yeah, but Brett is special. Brett is special like this.
Holy
I
fuck,
hate to
that's
talk
not
about him without him being here, but he just does a lot of just bad.
Well, the other thing too is that he does these sweeping generalizations about this is you can see what the atheists are doing here, or atheists are wrong because of this, and it's just like, listen, I have conversations with a lot of theists, and very few of them do I, unless I'm intoxicated, which happens sometimes, but most of the time most of the conversations are pretty reasonable, and if you are having problems with every single person that you're talking to, the issue isn't with the people you're talking to.
Yes, you can deduce that quite logically. I think I agree with Brother John. I'm pretty sure that he's, just by doing that promotional video is helping you out, right?
What's that? I'm sorry, Sid?
I was just responding to your chat. Your message in the chat room, on the side chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm really shocked that Nadia gave Brett Keane the milk rights. I mean, fuck's sake, doesn't she know how every atheist and many theists feel about Brett? I mean, he's one of the most distrusted, people on the fucking Google Plus.
He's going to destroy the Hangouts.
I think so. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm not
well.
gonna go there if he's gonna keep getting mod rights. He's just.
Well, then maybe I'll start doing more. Maybe more people will come to me just because I hate Fred.
Yeah, I'm gonna start my own Hangouts, I guess.
No, I'm gonna start my own Hangouts.
Well, hey, if you're gonna have 24/7 Hangouts, I'm in.
Actually, Secular TV's thinking about doing a 24/7 sort of moderated hangout like this.
Yeah, that probably wouldn't be that bad of an idea.
Live, yeah.
Yeah, I'll make some of you feel better tonight. All right, here you go, guys.
How you gonna make
out the
it
mods
so bad?
tonight.
See, I don't generally even need that. It's just that when Brett Keenan.
Oh,
I like to have them.
I feel a level of trust.
Yeah. And I've kicked Brett only once in Nadia's Hangout, just once, and he was being. It's when he was being a hypocrite, quite clearly. So he threw Charles Darwin under the bus once I've proven that he wasn't actually supporting his argument. And Brett never acknowledged this, actually. He's like, oh yeah, he was crazy, actually, Now we remember, he was actually crazy. So yeah, Art, you can keep it. Like, you fucking sack of shit.
I'm gonna shift gears a little bit, all right?
So what? Say again?
I'm gonna shift gears a little bit.
Okay.
Sure.
I'll try another question for you, okay?
Oh,
I'll try not to be Brett King for you, right? Trying to dig up some thought-provoking questions here.
Not possible.
I hate to be on drama too much, but anyway. How do you keep a sense of perspective when life gets difficult?
Start a hangout.
That's a really good question. But I mean, what do you mean? Like, how do you keep a sense of perspective? I mean, I guess it's like it's such a broad question too. But I mean, to summarize, like what I would say would be that it's really good to have goals, to lay everything out with goals in mind. Be very goal orientated. That when things do get difficult, that adapt and overcome. You might have to change your plans. You might have to change whatever, but always be flexible. But always know what your end goal is.
Yeah, I think I need to think about it for a minute. I take the question kind of like what he just said. I take it as like if something were if something bad was happening in my life to the point where I was getting depressed, how would I keep from getting depressed, or how would I keep from getting stuck in depression by taking a perspective of, well, this shit's worse if I look around the world.
Watch a Bugs Bunny marathon or something.
Yeah, that helps me sometimes. Not with Bugs Bunny, but something cool,
Yeah, how do I keep it? Maybe that's what you're asking. Is how do I keep the sense from becoming obsessive to me?
Yeah. How do you not? It's difficult to get the motivation, even if you know what to do.
Well, the standard answer to that would be focus on the solution. Don't focus on the problem, because whatever you focus on gets bigger, right?
Well,
that
not
would be
really.
the standard
Focus
answer.
on the solutions. Focus on moving on.
I just want to point out that I agree with everything that Roy Montero just said. Yeah. Don't dwell on the problems. Like I said, they're going to happen. Just move on from them.
Yeah, the goal oriented sounded good. Just work on the solution for it.
It's easy enough to know
goal.
that.
My goal would be finding the solution at that point. Yeah.
Right. It's easy enough to know that, but so difficult to execute for many of us.
It is. Yeah.
So you need people in your corner.
Like things can be worse, or looking at someone in a worse situation, or somebody in another country in a worse situation.
That's what I always hear.
Yeah.
But I think that even pulls you down, and even I don't think it lifts you up from it or lifts you out of it.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. To say that, oh, there's people that are worse off than you. I mean, we really don't necessarily want to hear that. What we want to hear is, when are we going to get out of here? When's this going to be over? And I think if you share this with other people as well, confidants, people that have your back, that are willing to give you their perspective, because that's something you may need. You may need someone else's perspective. So, I never thought about that. Okay, yeah, that'll get me through another week. Okay, good, thanks. That kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? So get with your buds.
Yeah, it's a good one too.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It's a good one.
Yeah, the worst thing you could do is to suffer by yourself. It really is, because you say, nah, I don't want to bug anybody. But you know what? People that are really your friends, they want you to bug them.
Yeah,
It's not bugging them.
that does
It's not
help.
bugging them. It's like,
I was
because
sharing a little bit
I'm
earlier.
sure you'll return the favor. No one goes through life by themselves like that. At least not. We should.
It helps you define your goals as well.
Well, exactly. I mean, inadvertently, I think a lot of us do that here. We really do help each other. We don't even know it. Something, Sokka might have said, and I might have heard it, not even being in the room, and just kind of listened on the outside. I was like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So you never know.
That's my goal on that's what I do. I tell people that's my goal all the time. Maybe not so nice wording as y'all put it, but that's my goal on this.
Case in point, last night I went through. I've been suffering some chronic headaches on and off, and last night was the worst. I was in tears, literally in tears. And thank God, man. Thank God my wife was there.
Yeah, that's how my wife gets them constantly like that, and she goes through it like that. And I feel for you. I don't know what it's like to go through them like that, but damn, I see her. She gets into tears a lot from it.
Brojo, did you try high doses of vitamin C? I heard that helps a lot.
No, but what I did try, and I did do a video about it, and I did look it up at the Mayo Clinic. Big doses of B2, vitamin B2, which is supposed to be helpful for your nervous system, as well as my doctor. And I did also read it on the Mayo Clinic as well, magnesium oxide or sulfate. But just being in this hangout today, I found a way of relieving some. I felt something coming on, and it's almost like a chiropractic move, I guess. I turned my right knee in, and it seemed like it might take some pressure off a nerve. That's what's happening.
Oh, right.
And
It's weird how sometimes it just can be something simple. Like I used to get really bad migraines for a while, and after I got shore posted and started working at in an office the majority of the time, and just I thought it was like the fluorescent lighting. I thought maybe it was the stress. I thought it was a lot of things. Turns out that I needed glasses.
Right.
It was just that simple. It's like you don't notice it. I've been fine looking at the computer for years.
Right.
But, when you start doing it for 6-7 hours a day, and it was really bothering me, really messed me up, and yeah.
You know what? In a lot of the medications for migraines, it's caffeine is one of the ingredients, and I don't know if it's something in caffeine helps dilate something, or if it just helps it get in your system faster or longer or something.
Probably high doses of vitamin C.
Yeah, my wife's even tried that. A painkiller won't. It can relieve some of the physical discomfort, but it doesn't get rid of like the actual pressure and crap in the headache.
Yeah, guys, I've been trying to make this joke like 2 times. Nobody got the reference to the vitamin C thing.
To the Vicodin what?
Yes, I got the reference.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
I abide by that rule. I don't know what you're talking about, but I abide by large doses of Vicodin for any problem.
Okay.
Maybe that answers your first question there, Brojo, is how that gives me perspective, is just high doses of Vicodin. That's how I keep my perspective in life.
Yes, Scott. Here's the link to the from the Mayo Clinic alternative.
No, right on.
So I'm thinking of trying out a new avatar. What do you guys think?
Yeah, like the.
LOL.
Oh wait, you gotta make it then. It's gonna sound weird on the mic just because how I pronounce it. It's the Nega Roy. Have y'all ever seen that movie, Scott Pilgrim? Yeah, there you go. Yeah. You gotta have you always get at the end of a fight game is you gotta fight yourself, but it's always the negative version of yourself.
Oh, that's
like
true.
opposite colors and.
That's funny.
Yeah, I like that one, sucker.
Yeah, right there.
You know, you can see my aura that way, right, guys? I have a pretty thick aura.
That's evil, Roy.
So let's talk about that for a second. Is there such a thing as an aura? Yes, no, maybe so.
You know, not in some type of spiritual energy type sense, but I think that the fact that so much communication is done through body language and through nonverbal communication, that I think that it's very possible to take a look at somebody and immediately read what kind of moods they are in, you know, what their, you know, very subtle things about their personality, which can be interpreted as an aura in kind of a way. It's like when you talk to somebody that, you know, like if you ever talk to like a really bad used car salesman and they just seem like there's just something that oozes about them that you don't like in the way that they carry. You know, I think it's possible to pick up on these things.
Right.
So you
Yeah,
think that the aura is
I would add that and add that we do have measurable fields and electromagnetic fields around us and such that we know are produced by us for some reason. We don't know how we actually react to them and how I would react to. It's like I have that feeling of someone walking in a room. I don't know if it's actual feeling of them of those fields type things meeting, or if it's a shift in the stuff in the room, or if I'm hearing something that I don't necessarily hear on a certain frequency that makes sense to me. And I'd even go that far, but I wouldn't go spiritual or.
It might be how we respond to a person's pheromones, also.
Right.
Oh yeah,
So
there's probably a lot of aspects like that too.
So you think an aura is something that is constant, or is it dependent upon our moods, do you think, or the state of mind or attitude that we have?
Pheromones and mood would definitely change, and people might be able to pick up on that.
Right.
Yeah. And I mean, all these things. I mean, you can call it an aura. I think you can. I'd probably call it an aura. If I was to describe it that way.
Yeah, I don't know what else to call it, but
Yeah.
I'm sure something like that exists.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't exist. Like it's not a thing. It's not a tangible thing. It's a makeup of these things. It's the process of these things.
Yeah, I would avoid using the word aura just because it's so loaded.
Yeah, it is loaded. It is. But just so that everybody was on the same page, because if I called it something else or tried to describe it, you guys might have missed it. Do you think it extends, like, more than just maybe, like, a foot or so? So, in other words, if someone's within 10 feet of you or something like that, they can pick up on your aura?
Yeah, you know what?
Described like Sokka said. Yeah, I can see someone on TV that's getting tense, and I can flip my TV on and tell that, or of a good actor kind of thing, or something like.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
it's
can
it's
see
not
their
just,
body language and how they're talking.
Yeah, and I mean, even think about like in the terms of, I mean, have you guys ever had a really bad boss? You know, and then you have a really bad boss, and you know, or somebody that it's not that he's like, you know, that he's unreasonable or dislikable or anything like that. He just doesn't care, and then you find that spills off onto the people underneath of him, under his subordinates, that they don't care, and then on the other side, or if you have somebody that's, you know, really positive, really just, you know, wants to get stuff done, is really happy to be there every single day. And you find that the people that are working for him, you'll start to emulate that as well. And I think that, it just the attitude and everything from people, like, is addictive. It does rub off on other people.
Yeah.
Contagious.
The reason I bring this up is twofold. One, a couple 3 years ago, a different border collie of ours was just not buying into one of my wife's friends, and she just would not warm up to her, get close to her at all, no matter what she did.
All right. Yeah, how dogs.
And now we have another dog because that one died. So the one we have now is like 10 months old, and she had a hard time warming up to one of my wife's brother's friends, who also ended up being a good friend of my wife's. I mean, I knew him, but I didn't know him the way she did. And in both instances, they turned out to end up screwing my wife in the back and stabbing her, so to speak, both times. And I'm wondering if that's what they're picking up on, is what we would determine their aura. So I guess it can have like a not so good one where pets, especially dogs, pick up on this. I don't know if cats do or not, but I certainly know dogs do. You know what I'm
I
saying?
wonder if that could be pheromones as well. Like, that could be a thing. Wonder, and that's what I would wonder, is if they're actually reacting because they know this person is, in people perspective, is bad, or if they're. It does make you wonder what they're sensing.
In both cases, we didn't want to believe our dogs because we know this about dogs. You know, if a dog doesn't warm up to someone, there's some cause for caution, definitely. And neither of these people did we want to pick up on until, you know, it was actually revealed that they were bad people. So.
But that's what I say. They were only bad, like from a person that. I mean, in the cases you're saying, they weren't bad to other dogs. So they weren't. What were they actually picking up on? That somehow they're linked to people, and that they just know what we're feeling, just how I can look at my dog and kind of know what it's feeling, or.
Well, yeah, I think that maybe. Well, I know that, for example, that dogs pick up on the emotions of their owners. And,
yeah, that would almost be an empathy kind of thing, right?
Yeah, and regardless of how you feel about it, like your pet is around you enough to know and sense how you feel about certain things. I mean, again, this comes down to the body language. This comes down to the interactions we have with people. And they might be very keen on it. They might, if you're nervous or you're uneasy about something or about somebody, they might have that feeling as well.
Yeah, you've seen that example with my Chihuahua on here. I don't know, many else seen it. I can hold it up here, slinked over my arm, upside down. It's chilled out like a motherfucker. We actually pointed that out the other night when someone was talking. They were like, "Man, it just makes me want to get chill when I'm in the room with you," because they were a hyped up person on here. They argue all the time with people. They got in my room and calmed down. And then Sty had come in there for like a week and was chilled out, and he started getting to where he was chilled out and not arguing. And then I showed the dog, and this dog is around me 24/7. I mean, maybe once or twice a month it's away from me. And you've seen Chihuahuas get a bad name for being hyperactive little shits. And my dog's not like that at all.
Yeah, Nick, now that you mention that, so is my dog. I mean, I pull her ears, I pull her legs. I just do all kinds of things with her, and it's just, she's so relaxed. I carry her upside down. And she's just mellow because she trusts me, and that's one of the things I always want my dogs to. I put my hand down her throat practically, put it in her mouth, and she's really chill about it, you know, and that's what I want. I want a chill dog, especially since this breed, you know, if you know anything about the Border Collie, if you don't give them anything to do, then they'll find something to do, and you may not like it, you know. So right. Chihuahua's the same thing, like you just said, you know, they're non-kill kind of dogs, but if you do work with them, they'll chill.
Yeah.
No, I just thought I'd bring that up, see if you guys kind of sort of felt the same thing, if it's the aura or not, or what it is that they're sensing, and pheromones were introduced. I didn't even think about that, so that's something new to me, because they have an incredible amount, sense of smell. So maybe it's that. I'm going to believe more about their aura, because I think their aura is. Our auras, I think, will put out good or evil. I mean, you know, I'm a black and white kind of guy, so I would definitely say that, since dogs can pick up on this. I don't know how else to describe that. I don't know if they've come to any conclusions. I've never seen any kind of.
Real quick, Sokka, I cut him off through part of what he was saying. Was there something else you were trying to say with what you were saying?
No, I think that's about it. I mean, that's kind of where Roy's going. I understand. I mean, and I don't. But the thing is that when I say, and I'm going to agree with what Scott here too, is that aura does carry a lot of weight when you bring it up. But what we're talking about here, when we talk about a dog being able to respond to people's emotions, being able to read emotions, being able to read, you know, the energy coming off of people, that they might be very very good at this behavior. It's not. I don't think it's spiritual. I don't think there's nothing like, you know, kind of wooish about it. But I think it's another phenomenon of things that we just don't fully understand because we can't do it to the same extent.
Right.
Well, I know the pheromones are at play when, so they've had several instances where you'd have these I don't know, I forget what you call them, old folks' homes, where people are in the process of actively dying, and if you have like a house dog, they'll know because there's a scent that comes from these people just hours or maybe even a couple of days beforehand, and usually this dog will just kind of meander right around this patient's room. And so the staff picked up on it and said, oh, look, this dog knows when someone's getting ready to die within a day or two or even hours. And so they were able to cater to these people knowing because the dog would just kind of just sit there and let them know. So that had to be fair.
Keep that damn dog away from me.
Right, yeah. They get classified as psychic animals a lot of times.
Maybe they're causing the death, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, middle of the night, the dog's one sneaking in there, smothering them with a pillow.
And then I've seen them too for like people who have seizures, the like service dogs, so that they can warn them when they're out and about. They smell this coming on, so that they can like sit down somewhere and not hurt themselves when they fall into these seizures.
Right.
My dog can smell cancer. Mine can smell when I have a cut or something. It can smell that blood like crazy, or I guess it's the blood. Like it can come up to me. I'll pick it up, and it'll keep trying to, like, say I have a cut on my elbow. It won't have seen it, and it'll just keep constantly trying to put its head down there to sniff at it as I'm pulling it away, and it'll still know to go over there and sniff at it.
I haven't had a dog in a while, so I mean, do you feel like the dog senses your pain?
No, I think it can smell either the blood or something that's in there that's healing the wound, kind of thing.
Yeah, my cats would probably start eating me if I got a cut.
To the extent of pain, I think I can think it senses when something is changing with me because it's around me all the time. Other than it being around me all the time, I don't think it would know things were changed, and that's just because it puts them hypertensive if something's a little different. So if one day I wake up in terrible pain and I'm way different than I was the day before, they're gonna realize they didn't go out around the same time, or I'm not up playing with them, or that kind of thing, and so they're gonna get hypertensive from it. But I don't know. Maybe there are, since if they can sense the cancer or smell it, and maybe they sense seizures. I don't know if your body releases something at those points either, and they're just smelling it.
Yeah, there's already good evidence that dogs can smell like physical things like cancer, so it's probably gonna, be because exactly they can smell or perceive it through their senses. It's not gonna be something, supernatural.
I know. I always thought it would be neat to be able to smell like a dog. Except, I mean, could you imagine what our world would smell like?
Oh yeah, it's like it'll be like in Star Trek where the Vulcans are always complaining about how humans smell. I mean, can you imagine being?
All right.
Yeah, see, this is and actually this would be kind of neat for Roy too. Whenever you hear somebody talk about how humans are more evolved, and anybody that advocates for evolution kind of shakes their head like, oh man, whatever, is that there's no such thing as being more evolved in this sense, because dogs are a perfect example that they can see, perceive, and interact with the world in ways that we couldn't even begin to imagine.
Yeah.
And because of the way that they evolved, and so yeah, there's certain things that we can do better than dogs, but there's certain things that we'll probably never be able to do better than dogs.
And this can go to Roy with that, Sokka. I hate to add to your thinking, but Brojo I think would jump in on it too if I take it to this. I made an argument earlier, and Art heard part of it. I think he agreed with me, and I don't necessarily think he wanted to, but he didn't have an argument against it, kind of deal. It was that I don't think there's a specialness, or that we're special because we have a consciousness, but because we've evolved that. I think that just saying we're more evolved because of that is a ridiculous thing.
Yeah, it's because we place ourselves as the standard,
Right.
You know?
Right. Right.
And
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like look at all these amazing things that we can do, and that other animals can't. And then, don't take into consideration like the huge melon on the front of the dolphin's brain that works as a way to pick up sonar inside of the water. That like these amazing physical traits that are so high, so more that have evolved in such a different way. But it's something that we can even begin to imagine what it's like.
Right, and just because we have consciousness is the reason that we use us as the standard. I mean, if an alien passes by that has a consciousness in a ship, it would measure how far we're evolved by how far it's evolved. And if an alien without a consciousness, say it has a pet snark in the cockpit that's looking down at us, it might not measure us at all by anything. So you have to take an objective look at it. If you take an objective look of that, it's just different arrangement of those molecules is all you're looking at, and you're saying one is more special, one arrangement's more special than the other. Other than the pattern of them, there's nothing different between the two. And that's just how our brains work. So we're using us as the standard, and we're saying this pattern's better than other patterns.
Cats have managed to enslave an entire species to constantly take care of them and pamper them, so who's really smarter?
Well, and cockroaches don't have to really hunt for food. I mean, come on. Or what are the others? Bacteria and fungus kind of thing? Like, come on, David.
Most animals don't have to consume vitamin C, even though they require it. We're one of the few mammals out there that can't synthesize its own vitamin C.
Oh yeah. Well, and take it to the universe. How many stars are out there? And I think the universe, and how many humans? I think the universe is more applicable to stars existing than humans existing. So it's just your standard of measurement, I guess, is all I was trying to ask of. Why would you take consciousness and make it special? Make that your standard. Make that what makes us special. I know it makes us different. But like I said, different doesn't tell me that something's more evolved than the thing before it.
Yeah, I remember during the Deeper Than Dogma episode on deism, I think it was Ozzy said that maybe God just likes rocks and dust. Yeah. That's why he made the universe.
Yeah, and I think Shadow Heathens gets into a little bit of the woo side of thing, and that's kind of this almost a stance he takes. That maybe that we're all part of this thing we call God, or this thing that's greater than us. That it doesn't actually have to be this personal or this intelligent thing. It's just we are made of star stuff kind of thing. When we die, and our planet goes to the heat, I think we become something else. Our molecules and such, or is it just a sense of those? Is it just a sense that those things have that make us feel like we have this sense?
Yeah, there's a meme that I've seen about how you shouldn't ask a priest to speak at your funeral. You should have a physicist.
Right. And if Shadow watches this, I know I oversimplified a lot of what you said, but hopefully I've got you by now. Yeah, and that's too why I don't on here. I don't come here for science. If I have a science question, I usually go to any scientist on here that I know, but I don't come on here for a science lesson or a metaphysics lesson. I'd be getting it from people not even in that field, and maybe a little experience in whatever that is. So usually it's just their own stuff.
Sokka, you have beautiful hair today.
Thank you. I try.
Talking about pheromones, I remember hearing a while ago that pheromones released when we're children is part of the reason that you don't generally end up being sexually attracted to siblings. Because what happens is, as a species, and animals in general, tend to be more attracted to organisms that look like us. And that's part of the reason that, aside from social stigmas, people tend to date and marry among their own race.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, white people are generally more attracted to other white people. Black people are generally more attracted to other black people.
It shows the Zoom thing too, where people go for animals as well, because it's usually animals that have a similar look to us or something kind of. That's usually an attraction.
And so there's a biological force causing us to be more attracted to people that look like us.
Mm-hmm.
And what that can cause is you'd expect it to make you more attracted to people that look very much like you, for example, siblings.
Mm-hmm.
And what can happen is there have been a lot of documented cases where siblings have been separated at a very early age and, for example, given out an adoption to different families. And they've ended up then meeting later in life, and without knowing that they're siblings, ended up getting married and having children.
Yeah.
Without ever knowing that they're siblings. And the reason that happened was because since they were separated at, since they didn't grow up together, they weren't exposed to each other's pheromones, which would have killed that attraction.
Right.
And I think that's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a cool look on it. That's close to something that we were talking about earlier. It's hard to separate out what the actual cause is, but you can find other things that definitely contribute to it, like that, or show really good signs of contributing to it. Like you said, so, like social stigma on it. How can you remove social stigma and look at the view of something like that? Because we don't have people that aren't in the society. Like, there's no way to remove the society from someone and ask them questions.
That's interesting. I wonder if it's that greater attraction towards people that look like us could be part of what causes the stigma against people that don't look like us.
I think it's probably familiarity.
Well, yeah, and that's where you usually tend to get that love that you have for a sibling that never dies, kind of thing. But it's not like take the sexual stuff out of it, but you have a different relationship, a bond with them that you ever do with someone else.
Well, think about raising a family. You have to have a person that's compatible that could understand you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that could be great for survival in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you sometimes dating someone that almost look completely opposite for you could create a mistrust because you don't know.
Right.
And I think it's probably an environmental thing too, because groups that, you know, they tend to marry each other because that familiarity, knowing the environment and knowing how to survive. If somebody's coming up from another area, probably has no clue how the person has to adapt.
Yeah, you're almost inviting new stresses and things on you just for that. Yeah. And even if you don't know kind of thing like that, you do know that you don't want to invite something that you don't know about into your life. On the evolution size thing, when you're looking at the evolution, like.
Correct.
You know, it doesn't help your survival at all to bring in unknowns. It could end up helping your survival, but you don't know that, so you stay away from those. Sorry, I'm just trying to. I said it earlier, not just hanging out. For some reason tonight, I don't know if it's my meds or because I've been sick all week, and now I'm finally up out of bed. My brain's been on details of things, on overload, so I've been explaining the crap out of myself tonight. Anybody feel free to tell me to shut up at any point when I'm rambling.
No, I heard auras and I stood quiet. You know, one thing I heard about auras is that they extend on forever. They don't stop.
Right.
I just think is like if you have a very creative imagination, so much so that you really believe this stuff, you probably could see it.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's it. I think certain parts of it, how we described it out, Sokka described a bunch of parts of it out. If you, depending on, and I added the electromagnetic fields that we have, and if we even can sense those.
Sharks can.
What's his name added pheromones in there.
Yeah, I did.
Scott. Pheromones and the if we could even sense the electromagnetic fields, those would have definite distances on them that we can measure. and how long they actually react in someone. Say I picked up a pheromone, like how long would it take for me to metabolize that, not my body not react to it anymore? Some of it's measurable on distance, but things like bodily expression and facial expression, micro expressions, and stuff like that can be translated through, like we were saying, TV. I mean, you do.
Well, micro expressions. I'm still up to debate on that. You know, I know I spoke about it before in one of the hangouts that I did.
Oh yeah, yeah. Have a talk with me about that sometime, because I'm OCD on that for a long time.
Yeah.
Didn't mean to, but I fell into reading people, and I read people really well, and I read them really fast because of things like that. And my wife actually started picking up pretty much kind of like tonight, where I get over detailed and we'll be watching TV and I'll start telling shit about something we're watching on TV, and that ends up happening to them later or something, or they'll reveal that that's what they were thinking the whole time they were talking. And I'm like, you could just tell from earlier from how they were moving these certain things. She actually has picked up on it enough and heard enough from me that she started using it in job interviews. As she would ask people questions, she would watch these little expressions that I would throw out to her, or I would tell her, you know, you're not listening to me, or you're lying about that kind of thing. Told her why or how I knew that she wasn't listening to me, or how I knew she was thinking what she was thinking. It's not that I was psychic, it was these little tells told me. She started using them in those job interviews during questions, and has been shown right by a lot of them, so much so that she uses them completely now, instead of just making those assumptions and seeing if they've played out.
Yeah, I don't know. I do not do that, but with expressions, because it depends on how a person was conditioned in order to react to certain stimuli.
Yeah, no, it depends on a lot of things, and it's not always true. It doesn't always hold. I would agree completely. I'd love to talk about it like sometime with it. Not too many people like that the subject. But if you have a lot of thoughts on it, it would be great.
Yeah, I'm not. For micro expressions of the face, I'm just it's hard for me to even buy it, but I'm open to it, and you know, I'm reading some stuff on it, but I still haven't really been really convinced on it.
When drugs can introduce it, it depends on how perceptive the other person is.
Yeah,
Not just like how empathetic, but how many of these instances have they been through themselves? It's not just seeing someone, you know, roll their eyes and them always doing this one thing that follows, or mostly doing that follows. But have you ever rolled your eyes because of that same thing and thought the same thing?
The only way you could really know if the person rolls their eyes with a specific pattern. Every time an event happens, the person rolls their eyes. So the probability of the person rolling their eyes of some stimuli, you know, you say, okay, it looks like I'm making this person roll their eyes. But now, does rolling eyes indicate that that person's happy, mad, upset?
Right. Yeah, no, I always have to confirm it. And I'll ask if that, and no, I agree with you. I agree with there could be a stimuli, could have something in your eye. You could have been doing it sarcastically, and a lot of it plays on that. There are, I don't think it's definite. Even when I can't, if it's something on TV or something, I can't confirm it by asking them, I'll try to watch the end of the show or whatever to see if it confirms it, because I don't go on that alone, and I don't. They're not 100%. They're not reliable, but they're reliable enough.
Well, the TV shows really try to get you to a sense that, yeah, that person's up to something because of the patterns of behavior, but ends up not. And I think they do that on purpose, in a sense.
Yeah, no, yeah. No, I agree. That's when I was saying about with my wife using it for job interviews wholly now. She doesn't base her whole decision on it. You know what I mean? It becomes a factor in her decision making. I just meant that she relies on it. That she's on only some, and even at that. There's no. That was something I tried to make real clear to her, and then made real clear to her when she actually started using it. Was don't ever like just assume this about them because of it, or don't just automatically that this is going to follow because of these things. But you can look at it at this might be a risk you don't want to take.
Yeah, because I can go to a job interview and just take a whole bunch of Valium and be the calmest person in the world.
Right, yeah, oh yeah, I was going to say a second ago, drugs have a factor in it too on how, especially your eyes move. Alcohol included. That's why they do the pinned with the light test. They can see how your eyes actually jump around. But not everybody's eyes, some people's eyes actually move like that normally.
Correct.
Some people have that. It's when you get to the corners or when you're moving your eye, it doesn't have a fluid motion, it kind of jerks. And you have no control over that jerk. Some people's eyes just do that. Like just their muscle structure makes them do it, or their body produces something that causes the same reaction.
I try not to pay attention to the jerking so much as the pupil size and reaction. But.
Right. Yeah, that one too. Because I don't think there are chemicals that your body naturally produces, at least not on a normal basis, that would cause you to have the pupil reactions like someone on drugs would or someone on alcohol would. I know with pupils, I have photophobia, so my pupils, I used to get, I don't know, from 15 on, I remember, and it might have happened well before, that's just when I have noticed the pattern of getting accused of being on coke all the time. And it's because my pupils were huge all the time. Even when tons of light were in, my pupils wouldn't get tiny. And if they did, it took them a long time to get tiny. And that's photophobia is not an allergy, but a reaction to like UV light, sunlight, bright neon light, just bright lights in general for the most part. I start getting sick from it, or I can't see, kind of thing. Like it makes things tough. It's such a, if y'all ever you see me on cam, my glasses that are tinted yellow is why I got a yellow tinted thing. When I went out shooting one time, gun glasses are tinted yellow, and I noticed how much easier it was to see with the shooting glasses on it. I checked out getting actual lenses made out yellow and found that they make yellow lenses just for that. My sunglasses are almost pitch black. I actually have a prescription set of sunglasses. You can't imagine how many people have thought I was on coke or thought I was a drug because of my pupils.
I probably would have.
Yeah.
I thought you were demon possessed.
I didn't think about that until you were starting to talk, because I was trying to think of any chemical your body makes that it could be making an overload that your pupils would actually fuck up, but mine's not due to purely chemicals produced. I had no idea.
It can be, but usually it's because of head trauma.
Right, yeah.
If it's not a drug.
Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, I had a concussion a week or two ago, and that's exactly how I decided to go to the ER.
What is it about drugs like cocaine that cause your pupils to be so dilated?
No idea.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I was never taught that. Maybe they should teach that. Yeah.
Yeah, they just teach you how to notice it. A third, a third, and a third is what you should be. And most average people are a third white, a third color, a third pupil. Anything beyond that, you can kind of tell something else is happening.
Yeah, it's not just they do weird things too, because it's not all drugs that cause your pupils to actually dilate. Some of them actually cause the opposite, where the pupils will actually contract.
Right. Yeah, you get pinhole pupils.
Well,
and then just be clear, cocaine on just because it's a whatchamacallit, makes things numb. That in itself, you drop coke in your eye, and it will make it dilate. Not that I know from experience. But.
Well, it makes sense because if
it does.
Yeah, it's shining light. It's harmful for the eyes. It's too much to take in. But when you're numb, oh.
Yeah. Yeah. I was trying to think of why I'd do that too.
But I know that
I had it happen. I wondered why am I? Because I didn't ingest any, except I guess in my eye.
I think
it dilated right away.
One of the things too is that like pupils dilating is not just unique to like drugs or whatever. Is that it also happens during like arousal or any type of like sexual excitement as well. So it just might be something in the process that lead to euphoria that causes the muscles to react in such a way that the pupils dilate.
Well, it's a relaxed state, I guess, right?
Yeah, I mean that might be it.
Well, that would be chemicals just being overly produced, right? From your
Well,
brain.
Now, is it the pupils that are constructed, or the iris around it that opens up?
The iris. It's
iris.
Yeah.
So the iris almost acts like a muscle.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm reading over here after I googled the pupil, why it reacts, and that's what it says.
Yeah.
A lot of them react to muscles.
Pupil's not getting bigger; it's the iris that's opening up.
Yeah, and that's why we check reaction and not size.
Right. Yeah, size just give you an indicator to check reaction kind of deal. Because like I say, some people can have, just by nature, they don't have a third, and a third. But since that, by and large, is someone on drugs or something else going on, you check them for that if you see other things. And once you see reaction, you've got a more definite answer, something else is really going on. Hey, Rick.
Hello.
It's called the sphincter response.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, the sphincter response.
That's a beautiful name to call it.
The sphincter response?
Yeah.
Are you in the right article?
Yes, here, pupil dilation, what's also referred to as mydriasis.
Oh, the
when
iris.
muscle grouping.
Yeah, the muscle group is actually called the iris sphincter.
Yeah.
That is cool.
Well,
Yeah, the sphincter doesn't just refer to your butthole. It can
Yeah.
also be your iris, your lips, your throat.
Okay.
I didn't know that either.
I just learned something. That's awesome.
I'll put the link on
Pretty sure
the side.
sphincter just means a hole that opens and closes.
Right.
Right.
The link to the article on why people dilate. I don't know how comprehensive. It tells you why a few different drugs do it for different reasons. Some of them, that's what Green was saying, it engages certain muscles. Just that drug itself, just the chemicals of it, engage muscles or cause you to engage muscles differently. But not all of them are that reason.
Well, your iris isn't a muscle, though, is it?
It's your pupil, your iris, it is.
No, the iris.
Go ahead.
No, I think it is.
One of them is the pupil. It says it happens from one or two muscle groups. So there.
It is a muscle, yes.
Yeah.
It's weird because you wouldn't think that the iris is made out of the same kind of tissue as the rest of your muscles are.
I'll Google it. There's iris muscle group.
When you peel it off, like when they do the surgery, like around the lens, it actually looks like a jellyfish in a way, kind of.
Yeah, yeah. When you see them do the LASIK, where they slice it and peel it back, you can see it. When you see the light go through it when they peel it, it's actually a blurry thing. It's like you're looking over frosted glass instead of the clear thing that you actually see when it's in one piece. It says it contains two groups of smooth muscles, the circular group called the sphincter pupillae and the radial group called the dilator pupillae. Yeah, and it's things like why do people with lighter eyes react to sunlight more? Why does their eye react to things like that as well? I mean,
Well, the ones with the darker eyes, and I think because they could actually see better because of the pigmentation, which is stronger.
right, just it's letting other light through or more light through kind of thing.
The lighter eyes have less of it, so they're more sensitive to a lot of light.
I don't know how many people. I don't think anybody on here has ever really seen my real eye color. It's light. It's not like white, but it's light. It's actually gray is what it's colored as when it gets like on my license and things, and I'm like, I'm colorblind, you tell me, because it can reflect shirt sometimes. If I got a bright blue shirt on, my eyes will have a blue tint to them, or a green shirt on them, like a greenish tint, but I can't see green, so I let them guess at it, and gray is usually what comes up on them. So it's either a really light blue or a really light greenish blue.
Another fun fact, redheads have been shown to see into the UV spectrum.
Alright. That's kind of cool. I always wonder what, because you can see demonstrations of it in a...
This proves that they have no souls.
You ever seen like a diorama or something of a thing where it shows what a UV spectrum in the forest would look like? It'll show like the mushrooms and things growing on trees, and it takes them from a bunch of different places and puts them in one little thing. So you could see, if you could see into the UV spectrum, what you would actually see when you look at these things, and like half the stuff is glowing.
Oh yeah, that's why dogs and cats can see so well. It's also why they get cataracts so quickly.
Just from too bright all the time, kind of thing.
Well, they see the UV. They see UV, and they don't have a lens that filters it out like we do.
Right.
Because our eyes can see UV. You can go in and remove the protective lens, and then you would see UV.
So it'd be like the true, what was it, Black Hole movie, or Pitch Black? Yeah, Pitch Black with, what's his name?
I don't know if it's quite that good.
No, I know. I was just joking. In that movie, he tells the girl to get that process done, you've got to go to the max security prison thing or something and find a guy and trade him a couple packs of smokes, and he'll polish your eye, and then you can see in the dark.
Yeah, I dare people to go into prison nowadays and say that phrase.
Yeah. Yeah, you seen the guys that get their whites of their eyes and the shit tattooed, get it colored? The guys that started that trend did it from prison with shit like ink pens and stuff.
X, you said you can't see green?
Yeah, green, red, green are the two. They look brown.
You were able to get they give you a driver's license, or is that a non-driver's license you're talking about?
Yeah, no, you get a driver's license with it. I'm not completely like, my brother's is completely gray and gray shade, like monotones, or gray, yeah, it'd be monotone stuff. But I only have that problem with one of my eyes, and it's something that actually developed after a while. But both of my eyes have never seen red or green. But I can see certain shades of them. It just depends on how much red pigment is in something, and how much green pigment is in something, whether I can see it. But if I had a red,
you don't have a problem with traffic lights or anything like that, right?
No, they're bright enough. I can see. Stop signs are made a specific red. Street signs in general that use red are made a specific red, because even colorblind people that are, for the mass majority of them, can see that shade of it.
Yeah. Also, even if he couldn't tell what color the traffic lights were, he would still know if the top, middle, or bottom light was lit up.
Yeah, that only becomes an issue when some places use sideways traffic lights. But you can usually tell which one it's going to. I mean, you can tell which direction the stoplight's moving. And if you're not sure, then you maybe shouldn't have a driver's license. I agree.
Many years ago, they used to have traffic lights that only had two lights. It was red and green. You remember? Yeah. And the yellow would both be on for momentarily.
Yeah, I'd probably get. If they weren't anywhere near the colors they are now, I'd probably get pumped for that. Actually, the second car accident I was in I didn't mistake the colors. I saw, as I was coming up on the light, a street light behind it was real close to the green color that a stoplight color is. And so as I was pulling up to the stoplight, I was on a certain view, and the light behind it was so at a certain point in my perspective that it looked like it was down at the green light, so I didn't notice the red light, and I bolted to it and rammed someone. It's actually one of the only 2 out of 20-something wrecks I've been in that were my fault. But yeah, no, I think even someone that had like the monotone, like my brother, he has his license because he can tell not only that which light is above which light, but you can tell what shade is what. He's learned to detect certain reds, bright red, the same reds I can see. He can't see them, but he can still tell that they're different than other things. So he can tell by the shades of certain things what they are. But you could also put a brown up there. Since we don't use a brown light, thankfully, you could put a brown up to that same color red, and he would say that they're both the same color. If I had a necklace with a small red charm on it, and I dropped it in the grass right in front of me, and just a small thing, it would take me hours to find it, because I'd have to find it on touch. Hey, Hillary.
Oh, interesting fun fact. The person who invented the traffic light was a African American named Garrett Morgan. In 1876 it was. He also invented a respiratory hood or gas mask and a hair straightening chemical. Interesting.
So I'm sorry. Did you say Gary Moore? Sorry, I didn't catch it. No.
Garrett Morgan, for further clarification.
Oh, Garrett Morgan?
Garrett Morgan, yeah. Oh, and he doesn't, I don't think he lived in Jersey City.
What does that have to do with anything, Brother John?
Oh, yeah, is there a Gary Moore that lives in Jersey City?
Yeah, I don't get what you're talking at.
Maybe runs races or something.
No. You guys are weird.
Weird fact to go on that. That's why Facebook is all different shades of blue, just because Mark Zuckerberg was colorblind and made the site the colors he could see.
Well, and that was my contribution to the conversation, which is really incredibly superficial, but I think says a lot. Is I had a boyfriend in high school who bought a bright lime green fluorescent motorcycle, and everyone was making fun of him, and he was just really confused. He was just like, why is everybody talking about my bike, Hillary? And I said, well, because you have a bright fucking fluorescent green bike. And he was like, no, it's blue. And so then I said, it's like, oh, okay, you're totally colorblind. Because every
Did I leg out or did she?
No, sorry.
I think she froze.
Yeah, she froze.
Etiquette, you would decide to buy that bike.
Right. Yeah. It's not like when I look at like pink. A lot of times I see a shade of brown, or if I look at purples, I see blue because I don't see the red that's in the purple. And so if I were to buy I could buy a bright purple bike and be happy that I thought it was blue, because it doesn't actually make me not see a color. It changes the color that I see. But I'm more. It's more. I know which colors to question other people on before I pick something. At this point, if I'm wanting something that's blue and I pick something that's questionable to me, I make sure to ask someone else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that is my point, and that's why I get really frustrated with people who say, well, I saw it with my own eyes. It's like, well, okay, but your own eyes means one thing, and what is actually happening means another thing. So
no,
that is
good.
why eyewitness testimony in court cases are by far the most unreliable.
Yeah, no, that's a good comparison to make. And that's a really simple way to get something without having to go through a long argument with someone. That's a nice.
Yeah, so way. I'll mute my mic again.
No, contribute whenever.
I just wanted to, contribute that is that that was the one situation situation where I came across where it dawned on me that this person that I was very close to quite literally was not seeing the world in the same way that I was seeing the world.
Right.
In color, anyway.
Yeah.
And my color acuity is just like off the scale. I am a dyer, and I have just an extremely high score on color acuity tests.
Right.
But that doesn't mean anything. It just means that I am agreeing with those people who
Right.
see those colors.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. Exactly. Because there is an objective measurement to be made of how much pigment of something has, but that doesn't say that thing is the color you say it is. It doesn't matter. All statement you could only make objectively is it has this amount of this pigment in it. Now everybody else agrees that this pigment is red or whatever. That's a different story.
Exactly. It's like I can break down colors on the spectrum in a very different way than other people can break down colors in the spectrum. But what's really bizarre is that we all assume that we're seeing the same colors, and we just aren't.
Right. Yeah, because by and large, it's close. If I say it, not me, but if I wasn't colorblind and said something was red, you would agree with me that it was red. Even if we saw two different reds in it. But that's the same thing you're saying. It's just we're agreeing that that's what we're going to call red.
Exactly. You might be seeing yellow.
Mm-hmm.
But since we were culturalized to perceive that one thing as being called red, then okay, then that's red. But we don't see it that way. I have come across so many people who just really quite literally see a different color as a dyer.
Right.
That I just accept that other people will see a different color than I see.
Yeah, I've had instances where like someone, like my wife, she was learning about me being colorblind, and she would pick something up, red, and ask me, well, what color do you see? And by some shades, all I really saw was what I would call it would be brown. And but by certain shades, I'd be like, that I'd probably have to say that's red, but what I see is brown. But by what shade it is, I've learned to come to that being red. So it's probably red, but what I see is brown. And there's certain ones pick up, and I'm like, no, that's brown, or pick it up, and nope, that's red. Because I can see it. But
I have a question.
Well, exactly, and it's all about an agreement. It's
Right.
all about a cultural agreement as to what this is. And
Yeah.
that's why it was so interesting about, the blue and black dress.
So, X, does this make you less prejudiced since you don't see color?
Right. Yeah, literally don't see color.
Now, the brown that you see, is it light brown?
Usually it's a muddy brown. For some reason, like it's I would say the same. Usually whenever I see red turn into brown, it looks the same color as dirt or mud.
You should look up the color spectrum of dog sees.
I would like to brag at this point in the color spectrum that has been agreed on by the vast majority of humans who have eyes on this planet. There is a spectrum of color distinction that has been put out there and can be tested, and most people score anywhere from 100 to 165 that's average. My score was 7, and 0 is perfect. So that is why I am a dyer. Is like I can reproduce and understand the color elements that are going into what the vast majority of people see, and that's why I'm a dyer.
Right. Have you ever used the Google extensions? There's a Chrome extension that can let you see what I see when I look at certain colors. I wish.
Yes.
I wish Recklin was still in here. Just to describe for the audience, there's an extension out there for Chrome that you can actually go through the colorblind test and see what a colorblind person sees, and then you can turn it off and see the same page you're looking at.
And I think
you'll
that's
be able to see something
amazing.
different.
Oh,
No, that was it. I was gonna
shit, I'm sorry. You cut out, and you cut out. I did not mean to interrupt you. But yes, I have seen that, and that is awesome because it helps people understand that they aren't seeing the same thing.
This flag is a pretty good representation just by using other people and me talking about it with them. Is that the one on the top is the vast majority color spectrum kind of thing, and then these other ones are different levels of color blindness of what they see.
Yep.
But the Chrome extension is a really good one for someone who actually wants to experience it and not just be told about it or how it works. Like it'll shift your whole Google Chrome to it. Airmeen was actually in there that day. Now that I heard the airplane go over her house, whoever it was. I don't know if she's here.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, the airplane going over was me. I live on Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles, and
Oh yeah,
I'm
no,
out on my
hers-
balcony.
her screen had popped up when the airplane sound came on, so I thought it was hers.
No, it was mine. I heard the airplane, so I don't know why. It means
Are you there,
picture
Airmeen?
came up.
I see you pop up every now and then, but I don't know if you're actually there.
Oh, but somebody got the
Like there, you're not muted, but you're not
the blue dress.
Yeah, see, I thought that this whole dress thing was really weird because I look at this image and all that I see is light blue and this kind of brown gold color.
Right.
And if you zoom in on the actual pixels, that's the color that it is.
Right.
And I have no idea how people are seeing this as white and this is blue or
I think
black.
I think it's just the picture that they're seeing that. I don't think it's the actual dress they see two different colors. I don't think the actual dress is showing up. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think the actual dress in life is showing up as two different colors. I thought it
The
was
person
just
who took the picture took it in really bad lighting, because if you look on Amazon for at the actual dress, it actually is blue and black.
Yeah. See,
Except
I thought
her
it was
camera
just that.
recorded it. Except her camera picked it up as being like this. But I have no idea how people are getting white and gold from this.
Yeah, see, I thought it was that. I thought the camera reflection or whatever. What the camera saw was what was wrong. It wasn't the actual dress giving off four different colors.
Yeah.
Right, but people are saying that
the
this
point-
image looks white and gold. I don't know where they're getting the white
and
from.
my son saw it as white and gold as well, and he felt really, really stupid about that. And of course there were all kinds of memes going around, and he was, you know, he felt like, he's like, oh my god, I'm totally wrong, how did that happen? And I explained to him that it is, you know, that the angle of his cornea and his perception of what other people have told him what colors are, and the angle of his cornea, basically. And so what his brain did was it corrected for something that he thought was wrong based on his experience previously,
Yeah,
and
what-
how his brain translated that information. So he saw that picture and translated based on his previous experience that the lighting was messed up, so he in his own brain corrected for that.
Right, yeah, that's what everything I've seen on color blindness is that it's actually it can almost be a quote unquote mental issue. It's not that the wrong colors are like something wrong with my eyes actually getting the information from the colors. My eye is seeing the same information you're seeing. My eye sees
Exactly.
it's a translation deal in your brain, like it's a brain thing.
Yeah, like right now I have an image up of what the dress looks like in proper lighting, and that's obviously blue and black. Then looking at the picture, which recorded it incorrectly, I don't know where people are getting the white from.
I have it run mine. It's the actual camera and the lighting.
It's not incorrectly. And it's inappropriate to call it an incorrect perception, because color is variable. There is no correct perception of color. There is only an accepted perception of color.
But
A culturally accepted perception of color.
There is an objective though of what pigment what we accept as certain pigments, of how much is in that and how much of certain pigments make up a certain color. Of what we
well, no, there is no objective perception of color because everyone has a different eyeball.
There's no such thing as an objective perspective. That is not what I said. That's not what I was saying. Like I was saying. Yeah.
I apologize.
Yeah. No, I was just trying to stop it before I made you think I was making an argument. I wasn't. No, I was just saying there's just an objective, like what we accept certain things as certain like so much of pigment A is going to make something red. So much of something pigment A and B is going to make something whatever. We have all like it's objective of that, of how many pigments of water in something. That would be the only way you could say that dress is only being perceived by these pigments. So the lighting can skew what pigments we see or whatever.
That's a word I'm tired of hearing. Objective.
Yeah. It's a bad one.
Yeah, that is the only reason why I interject.
No, I know it gets.
There is no objective color.
Well,
It is an agreed upon. It is an agreed upon cultural thing.
No,
that
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to jump in on this one here. Is that is that the spectrum of light?
I would like to hear what Sokka has to say.
Yeah, the spectrum of light and how we interpret color. It's just different. Color is just different wavelengths. Like on a spectrum, like that's all it is.
Way better.
And the thing is that every single person. Let's say the wavelength of red is value X. Value X now becomes the objective standard of what we recognize red as, because every single person that sees wavelength objective X is saying that's red. Now, in reality, my red could be your blue. That doesn't change the fact that that's just a matter of perception of what that wavelength is translating for you. But the fact that wavelength X is translated into color red or color Y, whatever, that is the objective part. So in that case, yeah, all colors are objectively the same.
What I meant when I said that the camera captured it incorrectly is that the way that the dress looks in person is not the same as the way that it looks in the image taken by the camera.
Yeah.
By that respect, the camera did record the colors incorrectly.
No, but yes, that is correct. But also, what Sokka said is absolutely correct. The wavelengths of that thing that we all agree, or the vast majority of people agree, is a certain color, doesn't change. Frequency that is coming from that thing doesn't change, and I agree with you, Sokka, where my point is, as a dyer, I understand that everyone sees colors in a different way based on, not only the angle of their cornea, but based on the experience of their perception of that wavelength, and how they have decided to, well, not decided, that gives way too much agency, but
But is it going to be much of a drastic difference, or is it just a matter of shades?
Yeah.
no, it's a it can be an incredibly drastic difference.
It can be. That's by and large, though. That's why most people agree that red is red or whatever. It's because by and large they do. It isn't so drastic that it wouldn't fit into that.
In how the color very high end, the very high end of the scale of what is accepted as to its mind.
But I mean, the thing that changes is that for example, a rainbow, okay, is something that when they say that every single person sees a different rainbow, the reason why they say that is because of the rainbow gives you the full spectrum of light as it's coming off it, and some people are a little bit more sensitive to where those borders go off on either side.
Yes.
Your average person will only distinguish the basic primary colors that you see there, but the colors themselves actually do extend further on the edges, that some humans have the ability to see a little bit more of the spectrum of light that is actually being put out there that not every single person can register. Now, it's not drastically different. It's just some people are, can see a little bit more spectrums, a little bit more of the spectrum of light when it gets closer to the edges. But everything in the middle, like the basic red, green, blue, whatever, is pretty much universal, that everybody can see that stuff.
Looking at the picture of the dress.
Except for my boyfriend in high school who bought a lime green motorcycle and didn't know that it was lime green.
That was the key thing.
He did not see that.
Right, he didn't know. He could, his eye could see that. His brain just didn't translate it. That's I kind of agree with it.
He seriously told me with a straight face that it was blue, and he did not understand why everyone was making fun of him for buying that bike.
But see, lime green then would. That's the thing I don't understand, is that are you saying that for the rest of it, for everything else that was lime green to us was lime green to him, and then all of a sudden something showed up that was lime green that also was blue to him? That doesn't make sense. What he would have interpreted as lime green.
And I'm not sure what color because there is blue yellow color blindness, but it's really rare to be blue yellow colorblind.
What I'm saying is that he did not understand the words describing the color that he was seeing as being fluorescent lime green. And when I told him, it's like, dude, you have a fluorescent lime green motorcycle. This is why people are giving you shit. This is in Wilton, Connecticut.
So, okay, so this wasn't actually what color
in the 70s. In the 70s, why people were giving him shit is because he decided to buy a lime green motorcycle, and he literally did not understand. And so I said, well, what? So then, what color do you think it is? And he said, it looks like blue.
Yeah,
it's blue.
There's two different things you're saying there. Well, one is you're saying he called lime green blue, and one is you're saying that he saw a different color than was there. Those are two totally different things. I do agree that we only call red or rojo or whatever culture in only calls it that color because that's what they accept to call that color. But that's different than actually seeing in a different color than what we're accepting.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Well,
I get,
but
I get what you're
assume-
saying now. That's blue-yellow color blindness is what you're describing there.
Yeah,
Which
it's
is,
it's extremely rare.
Yeah, there are certain what are those things called? The color tests. If you're with the little blobs, the little dots inside them. It sounds Japanese.
I've done that, and
Yeah, that's So that one right there is that they'll show you the blue-green sample right there, and while it is rare, yeah, it's to not be able to differentiate between some shades of blue and green is called blue-yellow color blindness.
Yeah, and that's what at a point they thought part of mine might have went into that because I had an issue where I would call purple blue a lot of times, but then they realized it's because I didn't see the red that was in purple, and all I could see was what was left. Or my brain was only translating what was left, so all I would translate is blue. But yeah, and there's a different thing of what we agree to call blue, like you're saying. So I agree with that point.
Mhm. And that is all I was saying. That is all I was contributing, is that, you know, I was close enough to this individual where he would tell me the truth about what he was seeing and why he was so confused as to why people were giving him shit. If he hadn't been confused, he wouldn't have brought it up in a conversation. And I never would have known that he had this, you know, color problem, and he probably wouldn't have known it himself. He just would have, you know, kept going through his whole life thinking that he saw colors the same way that other people did. And I pointed out to him that the reason that people in this cultural situation were making fun of his bike was because it was lime green.
Yeah.
And
otherwise,
you're cutting out a little bit there, Hillary.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, this is Sorry, are you back?
You were cutting out, and your picture.
I probably have too.
Yeah, but yeah, this is blue-green, blue-yellow color blindness here. As you can see the spectrum there.
Yeah.
Where
where I can see the stuff up above. I just, the only reason I even know about it is because I had that issue with blue and purple with the eye doctor, and we went through it, and that's the only reason I know it's so rare is that I've looked it up since, and that's why I didn't know until the last few years that it's actually a translation issue and not a perspective issue of that. Like it's not just my eyes have a problem and I could go have some eye surgery or something like that to fix it. I'd actually have to have some kind of a brain surgery to, if that were even possible, to even attempt to fix it.
In regards to the dress thing, it almost looks to me like the person who took the photo might have had some kind of filter on their phone.
Right. Well, yeah, and there's things that this isn't an exact analogy, but like the IR end of your remote, and you can't see it light up, and some you can see light, maybe a dim red up. There's actually a piece of reflective stuff that you can get. Our Radio Shack used to have one on the side of the monitor when you check out. You can shine a remote at it to see if your batteries are still good or if there's a connection coming out. Because in that reflection, you can actually see it. If you take an infrared bulb to a window, like on a night vision camera, turn the lights out and put it by a piece of glass, on the screen, what you'll see is the lights reflecting when you don't actually see the lights. So cameras can pick things up that the eyes can't see sometimes if they're not set correctly to that. And like you said, you can change filters out for that reason specifically. And that's what I took the issue was with that dress after I saw them showing it on the news. Is not that people there were actually seeing two different colors, is that someone through a camera saw a different color than everybody else was seeing. So it was maybe lighting was affecting the camera and not the actual dress, but it was reflecting what the camera was picking up. I've seen people take pictures with their phones that get something that was either there that you couldn't see, and you can see it on the picture, or you can't see it on the picture, but you can see it in real life right there, and the lighting's fine, kind of thing, for the same reason.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure Finn Shaggy's watching this because he put up a thing on his blog there about color blindness and some other stuff. I put the link in the sidebar here if anybody wants to check it out. It's actually kind of neat, kind of browsing through it now.
Oh, right on. Yeah, me and him have talked sporadically through comments before about it. Topic seems to. I hate when it gets to that, and I'm probably end up being the only colorblind person in the room, because then I sit there for an hour answering questions and making everybody else bored. That's why I pointed towards that Google Chrome extension if anybody actually wants to experience colorblindness. I don't even know what the extension's called. It might be called colorblind extension for Google Chrome. I don't know.
Hey guys, I'm just gonna shut off the live portion of this broadcast since God went way over than usual. For the 5 viewers out there, if you want to join the hangout, there's a link there. So thanks for watching and listening so far.
Yeah, let me throw out real quick. It's called Spectrum extension.
Spectrum. All right.
Yeah,
Spectrum. And don't forget to check out Xbox and Sokka's channel, Deeper Than Dogma. Friday nights, right, guys? It's Fridays?
Yep. 8 o'clock Eastern.
8 o'clock Eastern. All right. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll be going off air.